Okay, welcome gamers. I've got green lights, so I'm assuming everything's actually getting ready to go. I'll just double check. Yes, we are live. We've been live for 6 seconds. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to everything. A few little announcements, I guess. This is technically a sponsored stream by Stardock, so I won't be deviating too much off to talk about other games in this particular session. So just if you want to actually ask questions about specific games, the best time for that is actually going to be tomorrow on my Tactic live stream, where I sort of then talk about gaming news, and we can then talk about all sorts of other different things. One little deviation I will actually make, because yesterday was one of the biggest and probably one of the most impactful sporting days that I've seen for many, many years, and that was actually the West Indies beat Australia in Test cricket through just Herculean efforts by a new young bowler, second Test match ever. He got 7 for 60 odd, to bowl Australia out with 8 runs left to go. Very, very exciting finish. But he did it basically with a broken toe, and incredible, just a incredible team performance from the West Indies. And anyway, it was just amazing to watch. So if you are a cricket lover, I'm sure if you're a non-Australian, you would have loved it anyway because Australia got beaten. But even as an Australian, I really, really enjoyed it, and I'm more happy for that result than if Australia had won. Even though I was barracking for Australia. Anyway, I thought I'd just mention it and give a massive congratulations to the West Indies for that incredible win. That's going to be one of the historical wins. So, and I guess England also with their big win in India, as well, is also going to be something that will be remembered. But it's sort of different when you've got the big countries that sort of beat each other. It doesn't matter as much, or doesn't mean as much as literally this miracle that actually happened, over the course of the evening or afternoon yesterday. It was just astounding to watch. So anyway, congratulations, West Indies. Let's get into it. There we go. We've got Mermat saying, "Oh, nice stream. I just bought Supernova." Okay, cool. Look, if you've got any questions about the game, if you want to see anything about the game, just sing out. That's what this is here for. It literally is just going to be. I'm going to be declaring war today. There are a few things, like the game is still such in active development. It's sort of every time I start it up, I always assume there's going to be a little pause while another update loads in, because it just changes so often. I mean, we streamed yesterday. I thought we'd be at war with the Drengin as of yesterday, but it didn't actually happen. So today, I'm going to push it. If we don't get into war with them sort of through osmosis, then we're going to sort of do it through actual action. So, but it's an incredible game, this one. So let me just do a bit of a summary as to where we are. I'll try not to spend as long as I did yesterday. It took me half an hour to do the summary yesterday, because the game is not complex, but it's got so many different interweaving mechanics that make the game super interesting and super personalized for each faction, which is very, very unusual to have a multiplayer game with the level of abstraction and also the level of personalization for every single faction in it is just astounding. So there is the multiplayer aspect. I've got no interest in playing a multiplayer game of this, to be honest, but you can actually play multiplayer with the game. So it is a turn-based, almost like a board game style game, so it's sort of ideal for that. And they have actually made some changes with this so that the battles in multiplayer can now be seen by the players, which is pretty cool. So you can sort of sit back and actually watch the action. I mean, it's an auto battler for the actual battle system itself, but that's been changing and been adapting and been getting better and better over the previous months as well. And it's going to get a lot better with the next big update, which is going to be the Warlords DLC update. Can't wait for that, to be honest. I think that's probably my most anticipated DLC of 2024. So I just can't wait for that one to come. From any game, I mean, not just from this game. But let's just go and continue where we left off. I think that was about the same one from yesterday. Now, sorry about my voice. It's getting better. It is getting better, but it's still very, very croaky. But my head feels heaps better than yesterday in terms of the clarity of thinking, etc., etc. Now, a few little things. I have turned on the monthly news report. I'm finding this more and more useful to try to rely on a little bit. But what I find is when I do have it turned on all the time, I then stop looking at it and just I'm going to go down to done. But I really should be having a look at this one through here. So this is the things that happened in the last thing. I might come back for that one. We'll try to remember to do this one before we end up what's going on through here. So I'll try to do this summary really, really quickly. So we're playing as the Torians. Now, we've had a very, very good start here. We're in a sector where we actually have the Drengin, which are our arch enemy, down in this sector of space, and they're sort of now encroaching in around this other area as well. So they're sort of moving in and around this region of space. We've then got the corporate sector, which has now taken over these different planets. So they've got a number of planets in through here. And we're trying to be as friendly as we can with them. There's a little bit of tension with us, but not very much. There's more positives than negatives, so they're our closest ally, and we need that to continue. We're sharing, for example, exploration, so we can see what each other can see, which is why we're seeing all their other different ships and things that they've actually got all throughout their space. But the Torians are, I've never played them before, and I was interested in playing it because this particular update that's just come out is called the War and Peace update. And what that is referring to is essentially the AI has been changed to try to make better use of when at war and when at peace. Now, I've got to say, I'm surprised the Drengin didn't actually go to war with us earlier. We're not at war with them even yet. There's been no wars at all in the galaxy, and I think that where are we? We turned 69. I feel that there should have been wars by now, and there's no one at all at war with anyone. Everyone's trading with everyone, so it's actually more not war and peace, but peace and peace at this stage. I'm interested because there is actually, it's supposed to be an update where the AI has more nuance with the way it works. Now, I think maybe the balance may be a little bit out. So just as honest feedback about the game, that's sort of where I feel that it is at the moment with that. Back over through here, we've got another sector which we've only just really opened up and come into. This also has 3 different factions in it. This has got the Korath clan back out through this other side, which is another of the essentially another of the Drengin clan. So the Drengin are our arch enemy. So I'm not going to be dealing at all pleasantly with either the Korath clan or with the Drengin back over through this other side. So that's our little house rule. We don't have to play that way, but that's why I've chosen to play it. Back down through this way, we've got the Zolosi, which are essentially like the Orion pirates from Star Trek. They're sort of like green skinned, like the Orion pirates, but they sort of work with the pirates, and so these actually do function very much like where they can actually buy pirate ships, and they've had a small fleet of pirate ships which have been sort of making their way back into Zolosi space. There's a big pirate group in here which we can't see at the moment, but there's a massive pirate base right on this edge of the subspace sector, and there's also another pirate base in here somewhere, which someone's going to have to wipe out at some point. Now, we'll have a look at the messages in a minute, but there's something else going on there. We also have a faction which I loaded in because I wanted to have something that was going to be fairly friendly, and this is the Torians, and so they're over in this area of space, and so I want to be playing as the Torians and have friends in there as well, which are the Torians, and have definite enemies, which were the Drengin and the Korath clan. And so in this particular run through, I'm going to probably have to declare war against the Drengin for the simple reason that I don't think that they can declare war against me now, because we've now been able to build up to the point where our strength is actually now above theirs, which is the first time in the game that we've actually had that. So I think that now they're going to be sort of living a little bit scared of us. And so if I do declare war, actually one thing we now have as well is war weariness. Now I don't know how that's going to impact the Drengin versus us. That's why I think I'd prefer to almost have some objectives in mind. So before I declare war, I will just keep on building up. But as I'm playing this, please ask any questions. If there's something you want to see, it's all about just going off and having a look at seeing what's around and how we can sort of then how things can chop and change to make things make sense. Whatever you want to do, it's all absolutely fine. So that's the whole idea. Excuse me, I'm going to be coughing a bit, unfortunately. Just got a real tickle in the throat after this flu that I've had. I'm not drinking swamp water. It's actually it's water with lime juice. Okay, so that's a bit of a rundown as to where we are. Now, the Torians, I might just quickly go through if you're not familiar with the actual factions and what they do. We're playing as the Torians. We were once slaves of the Drengin Empire, and we now strive to rebuild once great civilization. One thing I like about the change with this one, hi Super Mew Kitty Cat, how you going? And hi to anybody else that's joined us as well. One of the things with this, though, that I think they've changed the backstories, because I always found these to be too meek and mild and very weak in previous games, but these are quite strong. I think it's the survivor's instinct that they have. So, Torians are willing to work with even the most undesirable forces if it means securing their future. But I'm playing it that the Drengin and the Korath clan, by extension, are going to be forces that we do not deal with. We're an aquatic. We love aquatic worlds. Very quickly, we're fertile, which means that we can get 2 extra population so growth on all our worlds grants +2 citizens on the home world. So we have a little bit extra we can have on the home world, which is great in the early part of the game. And so we grow faster than we sort of populate. We're a very populating populace. Anyway, essentially there can be a lot of us. Unwavering. We also don't flip very well with we stick together. We have got intimidation and persuasion as well with the way that we sort of do work. So we are unwavering in our beliefs. So that's actually who we are. We have explorers, which means we can go a little bit further, which really doesn't mean much, but the sensor range is probably the most important thing of those, or not the range so much, but the actual sensor range itself. And we have a +2 with our ships. So we have an innate ability to actually be able to move quickly, and this is actually quite important for doing hit and run type things. And so ultimately we're going to be wanting to make use of this one, but then other factions can then sort of catch up with essentially with tech, but that's okay. We can stay ahead with tech as well. Our cultural focus is collectivism, so we believe in prioritizing the collective goods of multiple species. So we're going to be playing that way. So if we've got a choice to make, that's our role play aspect. Okay, let's go. We've got the timeline. Let's have a quick look at this one through here. I think probably the most important one is either faction power or military power. And you can see through here, this is quite an interesting one because the Zolosi is the big one at the top. So the Zolosi have been able to really accelerate up through here. Now, I can only assume that this is mainly going to be coming from an acquisition of the pirate ships that they can get hold of, or there are special ships that they can sort of get hold of as well. And we've only just been able to open up our special ships, and we've got one of those, which I'll show you in just a minute. Hi Banksy, how you going? ET people still need rehab, it seems. Yeah, I went back and teach them how to brew beer and how ruined an entire planet. They do look like ET, don't they? Anyway, so if I hover over these, we can then sort of see each of these. Now, the Zolosi, who are the strongest, are in the other sector, so we don't have to worry about them so much, but they will become a problem. And so these are warriors and crime lords. I won't go through too much what they are. You get the feel for that, though. Our relations with them are going further south, so we can sort of see there we have +1 because of an open border treaty. We're outside of their travelling range, which means that we're not a threat. They don't like it, how different we are culturally to them. And so, for example, they're nihilistic and we're collectivism, so almost the opposite. And then a questionable pact as well. So we've made decisions, or there's been decisions that have been made that have actually then made us so that they're more negative towards us than positive. So we're tending in a negative direction, but at this moment we're pretty much just neutral. They're just unfriendly with us, but not terrible. Excuse me, this tickle's going to be annoying. It's saying, do you think this game is better than Stellaris? I will just preface and say, look, this is this stream is actually sponsored by Stardock, the developers of Galciv. So I don't want to deviate too much off in this particular stream into other games, but I'll just nod my head and say Yes, for me it is. I really should. I should talk about this because this is going to be a very very common question. So I will actually say I personally find it better than Stellaris. I know other people don't. I like the I like the overall user experience and user interface of this game more than most other, well, pretty much any other Space 4X, to be honest. I think it's just exceptionally good, but also just the mechanics are being boiled down into areas where the overlapping of really, really interesting board game style mechanics, for me, make this into a like the immersion is up, but so is the abstraction. It's really, really interesting. Like for me, the way that this game actually does sort of do it, and I find that Stellaris doesn't have the same. But I haven't played Stellaris for a long time. I've got to sort of say that one. Hi, Shizzle, how you going? Yeah, Super Mickey kept saying Stellaris seems to be a bit more tedious to get into. This game is more like Civilization or Star Trek: Birth of the Federation, the old one. Had a demo. Yes, I agree with you actually, and I think that this is actually one of the things that I haven't been playing the game like it's a Civilization game, and I've been wanting to do it with the Torians because where I do build up more of a friendly aspect. So we've done that with the corporate sector, and we'll do that with the Torians as well. So it's for me, it does play. One thing I've got to say about the game because normally when you've got a game that does boil things down into very, very abstracted concepts and tries to sort of simplify things to a point where you don't get too bogged down in all the detail and nitty gritty, is that you often lose the immersion of the different groups within the game. But in this game, what they've done is that they've still allowed that abstraction and still boiled things right down. But they've actually really ramped up the immersion by what they've done with each faction. So again, I find this game has just become over the last 12 months one of the most exceptional Space 4X games that I've ever played. It really surprises me. Every update that comes out is just an extension and makes it so much better than what it was before, which is sort of funny. I mean, they're still developing it. They're still building things up. So that's why with things like us not being at war and with no wars having happened yet, I find that actually it's just I think that's just an anomaly with the way that the development is going. But I think that will be things like that are fixed pretty quickly. So I did pass that feedback on yesterday. That I'm surprised that the AI isn't as aggressive as it has been in the past. But we'll fix that ourselves. We'll actually decide when we'll actually go to war. But I do agree with you. I think it plays very much like Civilization set in space, and I think that's almost the way you think of it as well. And I do find that each faction does play very, very differently. As I say, that immersion factor is really, really cool. And look, just to get it out there as well, people also say, how does it compare to Distant Worlds 2, for example? They are very different games. Like, whereas this game abstracts so many of the concepts and does it in a really, really pure way, Distant Worlds is the opposite. So it goes into immense detail. So it's much more of a simulation. So just to get all those comparisons out of the way, I think Stellaris and Gal Civ are much, much closer than, say, Gal Civ or Stellaris and Distant Worlds. Distant Worlds for me is almost like a different genre of Space 4X than what the other two are. Super Cat saying, I never watched Star Trek, only a few episodes when my cousin watched, but I got into the game and would love to love a remake of Birth of the Federation too. Yeah, there's a few Star Trekky sort of games out there. I think I haven't actually played any for a long time. I found that the games that were made about Star Trek never lived up to what I used to love about the TV series. I mean, it's sort of funny. I've only just sort of been starting to watch on Paramount Plus the new one that they've got. Is it Strange Worlds or something, or Strange New Worlds, whatever it's called? That's really, really cool. That's really good. I hate all of the like all the series that have come out. I like the original. I loved the new generation. I never really got into the Deep Space Nine, and never really got into Voyager. So I didn't really like those. I hated Discovery. Actually, before that one, there was not Enterprise. What was it? There was one that was sort of set right at the very, very start of exploration. Was it Star Trek Enterprise? I can't remember what it was called, but I loved that series. They only made 3 series of that. I thought that was exceptionally good. That's probably my favorite of all the series actually of Star Trek. And then they've made Strange New Worlds, which I think has gone away from all the woke stuff and sort of gone back into being Star Trek for what it was. And I do enjoy the Star Trek universe. I've liked games as well that actually have embraced that. And of course, it's a bit of a segue. You can actually play this game essentially with modded Star Trek stuff in it, and Star Wars as well. If you do like that sort of thing, there's the mods for this game are very, very cool. I haven't actually installed them because I like a lot of what I do is actually sponsored stuff now with Stardock with these series that I'm doing. So I can't really show off Star Trek and Star Wars type stuff. Anyway, when you look at it, it's very, very cool. I mean, if you want me to deviate out off and show you that sort of stuff, again, I do like to highlight the things that I think need to be improved, because Stardock actually improved things so quickly. Anyway, let's continue on. But this is the Zolosi. They're way out in front in military power. In terms of faction power, the Zolosi are coming second, and we're actually coming first in the overall faction power at this stage. But if we just go back to military power and have another look at these, so we're now coming second here. So we're actually slowly rising up, and we just got ourselves a big cruiser, which is so we've acquired a cruiser here, which is why we've just gone up a little bit further up through this other side. But the next one down is the actual Drengin. Now, this is where I thought the Drengin were going to be declaring war. Somewhere in here where they had such a big lead over us, because they have so much better production than what we actually have. Just read a few more comments. So Bruce saying, I don't know a single thing about this game, but you are playing as the benevolent alien race that focus more on diplomatic and making alliances. The reason I chose the Torians is because it's both, and they hate the Drengin, as role play, and so I've put in the Drengin and the Korath clan, which is also a Drengin group. So I'll quickly go through each of these and just show you. So we're the Torians at the top through here. So we're like you can see there, we look like ET, but we're like an ET with a real axe to grind. It used to be in the game that they were very much like ET. They were very pacifist and so on and so forth. But we're not pacifist. We're collectivists in this version of the game. So maybe I should talk about these sorts of things. You can see there on the I'm going to hover over this. Excuse me. It says that if I just press shift, I can then sort of go across to pick up different things. We've got certain abilities. These are unique abilities that different factions can then actually have. So when any faction is built in the game, you can actually decide all of these different traits when you actually create a faction. Whoops, hang on. I'll just go back there again. And so in this case, the Torians are fertile, which I just spoke about before, where we get extra, we grow faster. And we're also unwavering, which means that we basically don't break as easily. We don't sort of culture flip, which is where where an enemy culture sort of surrounds a planet of ours. We hold on for longer. We still will culture flip, but not immediately. We then actually have different biologies. So if we have a look at us, we like aquatic worlds. We also have civilization traits, which give us sort of like extra abilities, and we also then have cultural focuses. Now, when you combine all of these different things together, you end up with very, very unique play styles. And so if we have a look at all of these, if we just quickly go through from the Zolosi, you can see their abilities are warriors and crime lords. And so they have different abilities with these. Their biology is the most populous one in the game, which is carbon-based. So most of the factions will be carbon-based. And you can see their civilization traits. They've got more than us for the simple reason that they've actually used more points. They've gone with a negative, which is unlikable. And so the unlikable sort of gives them extras. So they're rich, they're explorers like us, but they're also deceptive. And so they have these different points that they can then go and spend. Now, for us, the fast one that we see there, the fast with, it says +2, actually costs us a lot of points. So, because that's a big, big advantage. Whereas with the Zolosi, they've been up, Zolosi here have got those, and then the cultural focus for them is nihilism. So they have no sensibilities about being nasty. So they can backstab, they can do whatever they like, and they're going to be more aggressive because of the way the game plays it. So the game hasn't made the Zolosi and then sort of made it so that they're a unique little faction that plays their own way. The game has actually made the Zolosi and then chosen all of the other things. That you could do this with any other faction as well, by the way. So you can build your own factions very, very well in the game. So the Zolosi really are, if you think in terms of Star Trek, these are the Orion pirates. They pretty much are. Everything you see about that is what the Orion pirates are. They're deceptive, they're unlikable, they're rich, they're explorers, all of those sorts of things. They're warriors and crime lords. It's sort of all of those things are in there, and they play like the Orion pirates in Star Trek. The corporate sector is through here. We're friendly with these, and we're trying to promote this friendship. So they're traders, they're wealthy, they're also carbon-based. They're rich, +2 in this case, so they have even more start money. They're meek, they're explorers like we are as well. They're also clever, so they do have a bit of a bonus with what they can then go and do. But they're individualistic, which means that they actually don't support, promoting the good of the group. But more the individual efforts are then rewarded. So as a trading group, that's what they're more sort of focused on. So if I could quickly go across into here, like the traders, they end up with extra trade licenses. They end up with better persuasion when they're trying to sort of make trade treaties or trade. They end up with an extra freighter ship. They're wealthy, so they end up with a heap more money at the start, plus the universal translator. And so these are much more about trying to, this one they get plus 15% gross income for all of their worlds. Meek means that they actually have, sorry, that's explorers that we're just looking at through there. Meek is, if I can grab it, Meek is being meek and doesn't want to be shown up. There it is. Modifies your chance to use intimidation in events. So they don't use intimidation. So they're much more compliant, but it doesn't mean that they're weak. And so then clever, they end up with extra research, and then they're individualistic as well. So it believes in the primacy of individual rights, personal freedom, and self-reliance. So if you were trying to think in terms of standard tropes to do with sci-fi. Are they like, for example, in the Dune universe, like the Traders Guild? Maybe to a small degree, because do those sorts of things apply? Certainly, the richness does. Even the meekness does a little bit, but the Traders Guild in that one does actually have a lot of subterfuge as well, and this one doesn't have that aspect. So you could make it yourself if you wanted to make a the Traders Guild from Dune. You could do it that way. If you wanted to make it like the Trade Guild from Star Trek, from Star Wars. Again, you'd be making them more aggressive than what these actually are. So you can do it if you're wanting to. So the actual personalities are all made up of this. They're not made up individually of the different groups themselves. Their backstories are, but not the. And I think there may be certain things where there's a dislike, a native dislike for certain things, but it tends to often be coming down to the cultural differences, not so much the actual historical differences, if you know what I mean. Anyway, this is the corporate sector. So the corporate sector is traders, and so we're trying to be friendly with them. The Drengin, who we have sort of brought into the actual thing itself, these are slavers, and so they had enslaved us early on, and they're unrelenting. That's their abilities. They're also carbon-based. They're intimidating, so they're unlikable. They're militant, and they're brutal. So these are essentially your Klingons, essentially, and they've got totalitarianism. So they've always been the traditional negatives of the actual game itself. And you can see that the relations with them are hostile. Now, they are trading with us. Now, that shouldn't be allowed. I didn't want that to happen. We have cultural differences. I think this is the historical thing of us having been slaves of them. We do have shared borders, and they don't like shared borders. And so the shared borders with them is -4. So they don't like anyone being next to them. Now, that means that they should also be negative with the corporate sector. You refuse to release. Now, these are different events that we've played into the game, and we wouldn't support them. So these are decisions we've made. So they hate us, and that's going to get worse and worse. Now, I think I'm going to get to a point in the game where I'll just declare war. as I say, I think that the game that these should have declared war when they were miles ahead of us in terms of their power, because they've hated us for a long time, and we are traditional enemies of theirs. So that's a Drengin. I'll just go straight down to the Korath clan, which is a offshoot of the Drengin, and so these are exterminators and genocidal. So if you compare them with the Drengin, who are, if I can get it, it's slavers and unrelenting and totalitarianism. They're the sort of like the three aspects that make the Drengin nasty. The Korath clan go beyond that. They're genocidal exterminators, and they're nihilistic, which means that they have no qualms at all about doing anything. It's similar to the Zoloxi. Zoloxi you can't trust. The Korath clan you can't trust either. And so we've only just met them, but you can see their cultural differences -2. They're so far removed from who we are that we just can't afford to trust them and be to be with them. You can see they're intimidating +2, unlikable, militant, brutal, and unconvincing as well. So very similar in a lot of ways to the actual Drengin themselves. Intimidating, unlikable, but only -1, militant and brutal. Intimidating, unlikable -2 in this case, militant and brutal. But these ones also have one extra one, which is unconvincing. And so people aren't going to be fooled by these. But they've got special abilities. Now, this is one thing where the different factions do, or the different abilities that they have will lead to, sometimes there'll be a culture, like an actual specific type of building that the groups will have, and sometimes it'll be coming down to their abilities or whatever else they may have. But as exterminators, they have like special type of ships. So transport ships are replaced with planet-killing spore ships, and so these can wipe out planets straight away, just with essentially biological warfare, which no one else really gets to be able to do unless they're also exterminators. And this really then adds to their intimidating. So their intimidation is enhanced. So when they threaten, it's a big threat. They also don't. They don't expand well because they don't have any real good influence. And then genocidal, essentially massive advantage in conquering planets due to not caring in the least about collateral damage. They don't care what happens to their own soldiers. They don't care what actually happens in through here. But it does mean that they're absolutely brutal. So these guys are the sort of the most aggressive faction in the game, or one of the most aggressive factions in the game. Now, at this stage, they're not very strong. But they'll if they continue on, they'll just get stronger and stronger. The last one here is the Torians, which are, what would they be like? I can only think of them in terms of other games. So these are ancient empathics. They're sort of like the traditional high level alien that sort of guides humanity in different ways, I guess, if you're thinking of different sorts of tropes. And so these are essentially if I just hover over some of these, like Ancient, for example, gets research from precursor artifacts. They can have extra policies. Their empathy, so they're very good with diplomacy. They have less crime. They have more persuasion, carbon-based, but they're influential as well. So they actually can, their influence growth is high. They are meek, so they don't sort of push things too much. They're persuasive and they are likable. So they're very diplomatic. So these are almost like the Vulcans, I guess you'd think of in Star Trek. Egalitarianism, so believes in the fundamental equality of all sentient beings, advocating for equal rights and opportunities regardless of species, origin, planet, or other characteristics. So you can see the intricacy of the actual, of not just the race. It's not like you can only choose these races. You can build anything you like because of the way that Stardock built this particular game, which is what I love about it. So I can't think of another game, to be honest, that actually does so much to mesh things together. And so when you actually play a game, and I did actually choose to have the Drengin, the Torians, and the Korath clan as preset, and the Torians as well. The Zoloxi and the corporate sector came in as randoms. I just chose two random cultures. If you're interested, like if it's something, I might even just deviate back out and just show you. I'll just do another quick save where we are. I don't think we played anything, but I'll just in case we did. There we go. I spent half an hour again just going through this summary. Now, I'll show you what I mean, because I think to talk about how the game can be personalized, it's all very well to explain it like that, which is the context of this particular game that we're playing here. But if you want to really see what this game can do, because this is as big as what we're going to be playing: 2 sectors in space, 6 different factions that we're playing against, and that's what this particular game has got set up. Let's get out of here. Let's go back to the main menu. By the way, the overall menus also are set up uniquely now for whichever faction you're playing. So if we go back out and exit to the main menu, just read a few more of the comments before I do this. But strange you think the Star Wars never made a game like this, only mods for Civ so far. Yeah, it's sort of, I don't know why, actually. You're right, I don't know why. It is sort of strange. Brewer saying either xenophobic Civ that purges the alien mutant and the heretic 40k exterminator style. Yeah, it's sort of funny. Like, again, you could make this into a Warhammer game. You could do anything with it. This is what I mean. Like, it's one of these games where the mechanics are so well done in it, and actually mesh with each other so incredibly well. You can set up anything you like. And I'll show you what it means in a minute. It really is incredible. So Super Kitty Cat saying in the Civ with the most brute force power wins. Not in this case. In fact, it's sort of funny when you do play one of these aggressive factions. They have negatives, which makes it very difficult for them to. They can do well in little stages, but they don't do well in the long term. Typically, because the more civilized factions can actually band together and actually end up. Like, I haven't really won a game properly as any faction, to be honest, because I play too aggressively, and then you essentially get squashed because the other factions then don't trust you. You end up with, you do need friends in this game. You need to have good, strong relationships and enemies. So it's one of these games that rewards that dichotomy of the different type of forces. That's why it's a game that if you played 1 versus 1, it would sort of be probably the evil faction would then win. But if you play 2 versus 1 and you can make friends with the other player, you're going to do much better because of that friendship. This is why it's much more of a civilization game than a space combat game. Hi Sketic, how you going? So where are we up to? So I'll just skip through a little bit of this one. Yeah, Bruce saying my kind of factions, but wait until you see what this game has got. It's unbelievable. There's things I wish that they would bring into it. I mean, they may have already done it. I keep on, every time I play it, I come up with a big long list of suggestions and so I shoot them off to Stardock. And some of them have come in, but it's just amazing. It's an amazing game. So Super Kitty Cat saying religious and communal Civ can make sect and ultra expand. I'll show you what I mean in a minute, because there's so much you can do with this and play like the good guys, be a huge sect. I'm not sure. Possibly. There's no religion in the game as such. So Brewer saying, I'm sure the Korath and the Imperium of Man will be great friends by how similar they are. Well, the Korath are it's not even, they don't even do it they're completely nihilistic. Like, the nihilistic factions are interesting in the game because they have nothing else to do. Generous saying, hey Des, how's your health doing today? Oh, heaps better than yesterday. But I certainly am thinking clearly today, which is good. Still the throat's a little bit sore, but nothing like what it was yesterday. Saying, I like that the menus are on the left, not in the middle of the screen. Yeah. So Tenor is saying evil tactics never prevails. Well, it can in the game, and it's sort of, this is what I mean. The game is going to be going through a lot of changes over the next 12, even years, I would say, where they'll be, because they've got a dedicated team. Even though the game is now launched, where we've got the launch of the game, we're now a few versions into it, but there's a dedicated team now that are working on it all the time. And Galciv has never had that before. So there's going to be a lot of changes coming. Also, Brad Wardell, the CEO of Stardock, who's an amazing sort of AI designer himself, and once he gets his hands on something, things change very, very rapidly. And he's really made this game into something incredible. Like, and the team that he's got working on the game at the moment have changed it from being a very mediocre game 12 months ago into just such an exceptional. Like, he's added so many different mechanics to it, and it's sort of one of these things where I'm loving seeing the development. It's happening too rapidly, if anything. It's almost every second day you play it, you expect there to be some update which changes something that you sort of you thought something worked a different way. There's certainly been things that have changed, even just in recent weeks that you think, I used to rely on that. But if it changes the balance, that's what it's there for. Anyway, I'll show you what I mean about there being a new game. So this is still remembering that we're playing as a Torians, which is why it's green. It's the actual default is blue. So if I restart the game, which I'll show you actually, because it's actually it doesn't take a lot of resources to actually play the game. Like it's, so you want to quit, yes. So if I just go back out and quickly go back in, it doesn't take a hell of a long time to load. It's a very interesting game, the way it sort of has been set up. And I think that what makes it the best of all the other series is that all of the things that became the focus of the game in previous versions of it that weren't really dedicated to getting the core game experience have been given not just a backseat, but they've sort of been reshuffled into a position where even though they're still there, they're not as important as they once were. Like, for example, in Gal Civ 2, I think it was, we ended up getting the ability to be able to build the ships however we liked, and construct them in all sorts of really weird and wonderful ways. And that's still there, but it's not the focus of the game anymore. And it was for such a long time because it was so unique. If anything, the focus of the game now is the construction of these new factions. So if we go into new game, I'm not going to start a new game, but if we go into the new game, we've got the Torians that we've selected in through here with the different abilities. But if we go up, and this is, I think, probably one of the things that I think will expand over the coming years. I don't like where this is currently, personally. I don't think it's far enough in, and so I've got a way of making the custom civilizations work. But you can build these all sorts of different weird and wonderful ways. So if we go and click on the actual civilization, and we're going to generate ourselves a new civilization through here. This is confusing at the moment for the simple reason that there's too many mechanics in here, but not a clear direction as to what to do. Now, we went through before about the biology, the cultural focus, the AI. This is if the AI takes over your particular group. I'll go through all of these, but I find the best way to start to build a civilization is to come back to this screen, but to start on the abilities. And this is where we sort of saw things like, for example, the Zolosi. When we had a look at it, the civilization abilities we've got 40 odd, maybe even more now, that in through here. And so these, you can sort of choose these almost randomly, but these actually are the things that really make it play so uniquely. So if we were looking for, who should we try to figure out who we're going to play as? It's you can't have two of the same. So if we choose Crime Lord, we then lose the other one on the other side. But it's the combination of these two. Like when you've got essentially 40 times 40, you've got like so many, what's that, 800? Oh, no, it's 1,600 different different groups that you can then sort of have almost as a way of playing. Like that's an enormous amount of just one mechanic alone. And so if you got, for example, like some of the big ones, like you've got cybernetics. So if you're a robotic type faction, devout. There we go. There's a religious group. So started with a cleric citizen and a cryonic temple on their homeworld. So culture grows very time. So if we were going to build something like the Imperium of Man, we may choose something like devout and have that as sort of one of the factions, one of the things that we actually have, and without really thinking it through too much. This one gives influence growth, unlocks the Chronic Temple, Planetary improvement. I've got no idea what that is. Sometimes it'll tell you. Nope. Increase the world's influence. and approval. So devout is just, it's still a religious sort of group, but we could then sort of make them think, okay, well, let's go a devout with what? To make it so that they're super aggressive, not exterminators, not genocidal. They'll tend to be red, not raiders, slavers, starfaring, unrelenting maybe, plus 10 control, planets generate plus even more influence. So that's more of just it's not really about their aggressiveness. Voyagers, warriors. So 10% of all damage done by their ships and weapons do 10% more damage. They've got beam, kinetic, and missile. Is that even what they are? They're probably, maybe that would be it. So devout warriors would be sort of like just how you'd set that up as an example. Then the civilization traits, you've got different points. Now this one has come in with some clever. We can just unselect these and just see we've got 3 points to spend. But we can go negative as well. And so being the Imperium of Man, are we clever? Maybe we are slightly. Rich, no. Productive, yes, I would say that we are. So we can get one production there, which gets our manufacturing, goes up a little bit. Militant, so increases your starting control. We've already got sort of similar sorts of things, so maybe not really that one so much. But as we just go back down through, veterans, so in this case, modifies how quickly your ships gain experience. Yeah, that would actually work. Only got 1 point left, but trying to sort of figure out like brutal. So this is for planetary invasion, so soldiering goes up by 30%. So you can see the combination, but we think, okay, look, let's try to get some like courageous, what would then give us extra defenses on the planets. That would actually be a good one for us to get. Where if we go deceptive, we're bad liars, I would say yes. So we can take another point back from there and give ourselves courageous. So just trying to build up a faction like the Imperium of Man. You know what I mean? Like you can do a lot. Intimidating. Yeah, they would be. Persuasive. We can do that, and get a combination where we still end up with 0 points there, but still actually end up with something that's got this sort of approach, if you know what I mean. And then this is probably the area that the game is going to need to be fleshed out a lot in the future, but I think this is a long way off. This is actually the citizens that you end up getting. You can put your own in here, but you can't actually go and you can change the portraits, but you can't change who they actually are. And this is I think needs to be changed at some point. If we go back in, these are the different citizens they have in here at this stage. Your humans are going to be your stock standard, but typically these have all got very, very different. The citizens have got their own set of dynamics that change what happens on planets. Like some of them are more productive, some of them are better thinkers, some of them work better. Some of them are more friendly, things like that. The humans seem to be sort of like in the middle, so you tend to sort of pick them and maybe then sort of go and change the different, the look of them if you wanted to change the look. But that's a fairly big and onerous task to do that one. They've got some weird ones through here as well, which I don't really like. We've got zombies through there as well. So these won't have very much intelligence. They grow quickly but aren't very bright. So I don't know what they're like to actually have as citizens, but you could bring them in if you wanted to. There's the ruined Torians. These pitiful creatures have had their will tortured out of them. So in this case, these are Torians like what we're playing, but these are not what you'd be wanting to have as citizens. There's the actual Torians back over through here. So each of them has their own set of criteria as well, which I'll show you when we get back into the game. But you can see the degree of personalization. I can't think of another space game where you can sort of build whatever you want. Even this one here, these are the expansion ships, which these are the different types of command ships that you can then go and get, which do different types of things. And you've got a whole range of these as well, like supporting ships, legendary ships, missile ships, aggressive warships, scavengers, economic ships, influence. I think that's what we're currently using actually with playing as the Torians, flagships, builders, science, Promethean, hero ships, balanced warships, exploration ships. There's so many, and these also dramatically change the way you play the game. So if we're playing, and these are like special ships, heroic ships. If we went with aggressive warships, if we went with that one, this would be the group of ships we would then have that we can get special commanders for. These become our heroic ships, the ones that we sort of that we role play with in the game. Not just the run-of-the-mill ships. These are special ships. But again, if we were playing the Imperium of Man, that may be sort of how we want to play that particular screen. And then we can go back into biology and just write a very short description in here. And so this uses an actual AI to generate all the backstory for you. So religious fanatics who follow a human god emperor. Oops. That'll do. That's enough. If I just put those sort of keywords in, even if I do think Warhammer 40k, if I just put in, like I'm just putting in text that you'd give to an AI. Now, I do like to change these as well. To do carbon-based, and we wanted, this is also another of these things. Like we had totalitarianism, pacifism, nihilism. These all have different aspects about the way the game is played. Again, we're playing with collectivism on. But in our case, it would probably be traditionalism, would be the way that you'd play as the Imperium of Man. So that would be probably the main one that they would go for. Maybe totalitarianism, but I don't think so. I think traditionalism would be more the style of gameplay for them. And so in this case, but you could argue the toss between those two, I think. So if you chose that one through there as the cultural focus, the logo we can come back and fix later. AI personality, so it's got opportunistic and spiritual. We can change that one to something like aggressive. Spiritual is place increased importance on ideological choices. Yeah, that would probably still work. Without going overboard, that would be sort of how we'd sort of then go and do that one. Again, the homeworlds would come back and change these afterwards. We can now just generate. So let's just go and generate, and then we can still make changes after we generate. So I like to do the other first and then come back, because it gives you the idea of what you need to be doing in here. You can always chop and change things. So it's now generating all of the backstories, all of the different bits and pieces. So you can see there, it's called itself the Emperor's Faithful Legion. So divine servitude knows no bounds. That's very Warhammer-like. In the cold expanse of the cosmos, amidst the swirling nebulae and distant stars, there exists a faction known as the Emperor's Faithful Legion. They are an army of devout warriors fervently dedicated to an enigmatic human god emperor whose influence stretches across the vastness of space. Clad in traditional armour, adorned with ancient symbols of faith, they march forth to spread their dogma and enforce their beliefs upon any who dare challenge their divine mandate. In this galactic game of power and domination, the Emperor's Faithful Legion stands as a formidable force, unwavering in their determination to assert their religious fervour over the cosmos. So that's sort of where they are. Strategic prowess, blah, blah, blah. But this is how the AI will generate this for you. So this is unique. If we then click on Done, and then it goes through, and it's actually generated, like it's got a library of images that it's generated from within the Stardock sphere of things that it does. So there's a limitation to what you can do through this, but you can bring your own in if you don't like what it does. So it'll now search for more images matching your faction's description. Just go yes. And so it's now searching for corresponding leader images. Now this often is not great, the way it sort of does work. These aren't really, like that's the only one that's even similar to being what you sort of consider may sort of work, but I'd be looking for something different. In this case, I don't think any of these really sort of work. And I find that this is also something that will have to be fixed up or improved, but it's very difficult at this stage with games. They've got to be out, they have to use their own library of images as a starting point for when they do generate. Like I can click on that one, for example, and just go more images like this. I find this is broken at the moment. Like we're still in it with a lot of things that don't really sort of work. That one's not bad. I wish it would also keep the one that you chose to say more like this. I mean, it's sort of similar, but that one there probably. Let's just choose that one as the example. We'll just click on Done. That will then replace all of these different bits and pieces. So there's our the Empress Faithful Legion, which feels right. And then we've got the logos. We can just go and choose any old logo that we like. They've got a really good collection of logos. You can bring your own in as well. They've made it very easy to be able to upload what you want. There's just heaps and heaps of graphics in through here. There we go. Just without sort of focusing too much, that one looks fairly Warhammer-like. Then you've got different things, for example, like the map themes that you can then go and choose. So the style that it would then sort of go and play, I'll just play with an orange, for example. The interface would also, let's just go with more of an orangey sort of colour. Go Drath in this case, maybe. That will then change the overall look of the game when you're playing it, so you get more immersion with the overall feel. You can see that that's now changed the look of it. This is Sanctum Deus. It's actually created its own name for the world, but we don't want it to be an oceanic world. So we'll go and play with maybe a mountainous world or something. I don't know. Like it's sort of, some of these will make like this would be very like a lot of minerals. So, but even the world name is good. Like it's actually sort of done what it needed to do. Now the star system, we can then go and choose. There's different systems in here. There is, I think, sort of random, but you've got to be careful. There's Earth actually. The Terran solar system contains a class 28 terrestrial world and 2 small worlds. If we did click on that one through there, and Earth, and we make Earth maybe something that's going to be more paradise world. It gives us the most ability to be able to then do what we want to do. So this one, in this case, we have gone back to Earth. But if we wanted to change the name, we can then just go back and call it Sanctum Deum or whatever it had called it. But you can do so much. And so we then go back to our abilities again. This all still figures itself out. And then we've got the personalization of the actual fleets themselves. I like to go back and find, for example, a cruiser and have a look at the actual cruiser styles and then start there. It just takes a little bit of time to load them in, but this is the style of ship for the cruisers for this particular group, which doesn't look right. Now these are using our Torians. Now we do have to use the base styles. We can load these in if we wanted to. There's so many different sort of styles into here. What's a Drath ship like? No, that's again not going to be what we want. I'll just try to find something that's that is fairly aggressive. Now this was actually a group that I had generated, which it just come from. I saved a style that I was playing. Terran Resistance, maybe. If I just go back and grab another one of their cruisers. That's not bad in terms of what we'd sort of be looking for, but it's very, very bright and shiny and happy and friendly. So we can sort of get and change all that as well. And so in this case, to sort of change the look of this particular ship, we then go through and we've got the ship colours. It's got resistance inverted in this case, but we can then sort of make it it becomes sort of more aggressive like this, or darker, something like Imperial. Should we go with a darker front colour? Iridium inverted. That's not bad. Then we've got the subsurface textures on this thing, so you can then change it to, you'll see that this will change as I flick on things. There's certain little subtle things that will then sort of go on. I won't spend too much time with this, but it's amazing what this thing will do, like to be able to then sort of chop and change the overall look of the existing ships. Chrome, bright lights, blown out lights, no lights, no modification, non-metallic, metallic, desaturated, low reflectivity, medium reflectivity, high reflectivity. So depending on what's sort of reflecting around you, I think I'll just go with the low reflectivity at this stage, and then secondary as well. You can then sort of change what happens with the secondary panels, dim lights. So you've got sort of like some sort of lighting that's happening. So we ended up with something that was now looking fairly chunky and meaty from a almost like as I said, a Warhammery sort of style of gameplay. There's other things we probably should change as well. This is where you can sort of save your fleet style, which if you like what you've done, then just go and save it. But so you've got all these different things. Hang on, if I go back to the colours now, where does that one show up? You've got the Kryn, you've got the Drath, Yeah, I think we've got everything sort of covered in here. So if we're going to be playing it, that would be how we may sort of set up an actual faction. We can then just go and save the civilization. Now, so it's saving that one if we wanted to play as that particular group. So you can do an enormous amount there. An enormous amount. So that's just to set up, for example, like an Imperium of Man style of faction. But if you don't want to do all that, so here he is. Here's the faction we just created, sitting in here ready for us to play. We can also go back in and change things as well. Like if we go next, hang on, where is it? If we go back, I can edit. Sorry, if I can just go back in and edit the actual faction. If I'm thinking, I prefer it to do this or that or whatever else it might be, I can actually go in and do that. But that's these are devout warriors essentially. So there you go. That's what I mean about the interweaving of of what you can do in the game is astoundingly good. It's really so intricate. It's it blows my mind that they've been able to do something that works so well that you can still play as multiplayer. So the balance is in there, but with such intricate customization. So this is why I think the immersion factor is just so high, because of these combinations. Also, then you've got the other thing too is the actual way that the game can play. Like you can go from extremely, like the galaxy size. This is more, galaxy is probably not the right term here. I think it's sector size or the sector, like you're actually talking about how big the areas are that you're playing is. Now we're currently playing on a small binary, like binary sectors, but the sectors themselves aren't dramatically big. But we can make it so that these are gigantic and with many different sectors. And so I'll keep the others where they are. But if I just go next, it will then sort of say we can have up to 71 different players in here if we wanted to. And so it's got 30 of 71 players to play in this particular game, which is fine. So we've got just heaps of randoms which have sort of been added in, and a whole lot that haven't been filled in. But we can keep on just adding randoms in there if we wanted to. So if we just start the game, I feel what I mean. Look, this is sort of goes from one extreme to the other. Now I'm trying to think of what the cheats are the easiest way to sort of get us an idea of the scale of this one. So Super Mew Kitty Cat saying, you can put custom images into the civs, like IA images on this would be great. Yes, you can. Yeah, in fact, Radigar saying exactly that. So yes, you can build, and this is where I think it's too easy to generate your own faction and then upload it onto the Steam Workshop. I think there needs to be more definition as to what people have personalized, because if you go to the effort of creating a full-blown Imperium of Man faction, and I'll show you the other bits and pieces with this as well. So here we are. We're playing as the Emperor's Faithful Legion. Look at the screen. Look at the colours. Done. So this is our colour scheme that we're playing with. There's Sanctum Deus, our core world, which is an amazing Class 38 paradise world set in the with Sanctum Deus 2. Actually, it looks like we don't have. It's not Sol as such. It's called, this one's the Sanctum Deus system. But there is, if I just click on done, and so even now, like our ships are coming in with the look of what we had set up before. So these are uniquely looking like our particular faction. So we have that immersion right from the very start because of the way the ships can be built. If we go back out, now these were built from within the game, this particular style, but the actual way of building them is also, a lot of players, or a lot of people who play the game, love building like the ships and classes of ships. So I'll show you that as well. I was just trying to think of what the cheats are. Is it question mark? Is it tilde? It's tilde to get this one. Help. It's no if this is all the cheats. This is how you cheat. You'd have to turn this on to get this to work. But I think that this is such a good thing, particularly when you're playing single player. I don't use it, but I do like to use this to show FO War NC is the one we want. So FOW, Fog of War off. and then NC is no contact. If I don't do the NC and only do fog of war off, I'm going to get every single other faction then making contact with me. So this is no contact. So bang, there we go. We've now just turned off the fog of war. Let's have a look and see how big this universe actually is that we've generated. So this Sanctum Deus, we're in through here. This is this sector that we're playing in. So this is our sector. We may find other... Yeah, there's like a pirate group that have spawned. Actually, that's not even a pirate group. This is actually a special shipyard of like precursor cruisers that are just part of the game, which are all sort of can be set up in around there. I'm trying to think of, see where we've got other factions that have established themselves. It's sort of hard to see it the way that we've sort of done this one, but there'll be other groups. There's some space creatures that are spawning in around this particular nest. And so these are going to be also just wandering around doing different things. So that's one sector. Then we've got another sector off to here. Then we've got another sector that goes off this way. Another sector, another sector, another sector. I mean, how long would you have to play this game to get through this? You know what I mean? Like these are all connected. So that's the outside scale of the game, basically, that you are then playing. So that's how big the game can be. And so while you're playing in our little sector, all these other sectors are also, you know, the different groups that are in here will also then be sort of, going and building things. Like this one here, for example, this is Refuge. This is the actual, I think this is the Terran Resistance. So they've got the same ship style that we've got. In fact, that's sort of funny to see that. But they've got their own colour scheme. So ours looks different. Ours looks better. Try to find another faction, like, because there will be some around. What's this one? This is Geode. This is okay. This is actually like a synthetic faction that is is based on different types of things. So they've got their own different ways of playing and the way that they actually end up looking. So this like this. Yeah, you can see there's. In fact, this one here. It looks like it's the must be the Drengin somewhere here. Yeah, Drengi. There's the Drengins. So that's with their ships, for their own sort of ships, different sort of ship styles in through there as well. Actually, that looks very Warhammery as well. But that's what I mean. Like this is the scope that the game can be played in. Like if you're wanting to play a massive game like this, or if you go back down to the main menu again, just go yes. It'll just remember this until we log out. But if we go into new game, keep on playing as them, why not? And we can now just go back down and say, okay, I want the galaxy size to be tiny and just a single sector. Just go next. And this is really only suitable for 3 players. So we've gone from like heaps and heaps of players. I think most I've seen is like 95 players is what you can generate. And I can get rid of that. And just put in a couple of randoms, for example, and start the game. And to be honest, I quite like this sort of scale of game because it doesn't take, it's not onerously long. Just click on done. But in this case, if we just do the, again, just push the tilde key and then just do FOW NC. And then escape. This is what we're now playing in. So we've gone from monstrously large to one where we've just got 2 factions that we happen to be playing. So we've got a minor world, this is just an independent world down this way. Then we've got over this other side, this is a core world. This is the, what is this group? The Memot Brotherhood. So these are sort of like little furry creatures. And then Eldor Prime, I think it's one that I may have created myself. What is that faction? That group. Yeah, this is one that I made myself. So I'm just trying to think of what the faction actually is. It's not showing up. Anyway, that's but that's one that I had generated as well the other previously. So these just come in as random sort of collections that sort of then get added in. Group of pirates back over through here. So it's like you can go from like really tiny like this to massively big. So the scope of the game is just incredible. If we just go back to the main menu again. The other thing is that I will sort of deviate and often show you, because this is where I think the game also will need to tighten this one up. I look every so often to see what is in here, because the thing I don't like about this is it's so easy to generate a faction. Like what we just created, we could say, hey, let's just call it the Imperium of Man, we'll upload it, and that'll be that. But where the game really, I think, like you look at civilizations, there's 630 that have been uploaded so far. And very few of these will have been curated. And I feel that there should be some differentiation between the ones that aren't curated, like the ones that are just uploaded, like what we just created, thinking, oh, that's pretty clever, and the ones that really are properly curated. And we're going to sort of see that there's most of these will end up being literally, people may have like put Putin's face on something, but it's not a curated faction. Even the Romulan Star Empire, is it really a curated faction? And this is where I think it needs to go through. It's not just the graphics, it's also the ships. And so if the ships aren't in there, actually it does say pretty good ship models. This is what secretive. There should be some sort of aspect about this one that then says, yes, this faction does have custom ships. It's got custom this, custom that. And also like all the different other things, but it's not showing the other graphics. All it's really showing is that there's pretty good ship models, but like you don't have to have ship models to put up a creation. If they've got custom Romulan ships and they've got like a Romulan faction, then that should be sung about. Like it should be really, really made into something special within the civilizations, because that's an enormous amount of work to go to then go and get that one done. I'll show you what I mean by that. If we go back out to the workshop for Gal Civ 4, and so this is where I think that the game, it does need to show this. Now these are the ship styles. These are the things where you can get like different groups of ships. Like these are just individual ships. Like if we wanted to sort of go and think, okay, look, let's just go and find ourselves a Star Trek, like an Enterprise sort of ship. We can just go and type in that Enterprise, and we're going to get probably a few, I would guess. Nope, none. Did I spell it correctly? Enterprise. I did. I'll just quit out of that one. No, actually, it didn't have it. I wonder why not. It may be licensing. I know that sometimes things like Star Trek and things don't allow you to sort of put their stuff in it. But if we go to maybe we'll just go straight down to ship styles and have a look at these. So the Ori style, so the Asgard. So these have come from the Stargate universe. Adeptus Mechanicus. So somebody has actually made like an Adeptus Mechanicus style. So this is actually interesting. Chimera, ancient weapons. I'm just trying to see if there's any of the standard. I'm not seeing any Star Trek or Star Wars things in here. I'm not looking closely, but there was at one stage. Stargate again. So I'll just have a look at the Adeptus Mechanicus. I'm wondering if it's if they don't have the rights to use this, and so they've actually stopped it. And so this is actually something where all the different ships have been designed, the different classes of ships. You can't really sort of see it all that well in there. Just go next. No, that's all I've got. It'd be cool if they actually showed some upgrades of what's actually in here. But someone's gone to the effort. This is what I mean. Someone's gone to the effort of making a whole Adeptus Mechanicus group of ships that go with the actual game. And so if you had like a faction that used this group of ships as well, that would be really, really cool. But it looks like the yeah, so here we go. So if someone's just saying, this is truly the on the size work, thank you. Hopefully you will carry on and do Xenon ships as well. So there's you can see there's a lot of people subscribe to these sorts of things. And this is what I mean. This is where the actual effort goes. They're not just AI generated. I'll just see if I can find any. Just go back to the, yeah, we've got ship styles in there. Go to the next page. New Galactic Game. There we go. We do actually have some. The but like even this Frog Boy is actually Brad Wardell from Stardock, so he's actually put in an example of how to put these sort of ships together. Because it is fun. Like if you like building them, they are good. But I'm surprised. Yeah, there's Galactic Empire style. If you go and have a look at this one. So if you did want to actually play with them, no one's really made any comments. There's only a few subscribers. It was only done recently, actually. It's only been posted recently. So people would have to download it and then sort of see if, does it, like, what the ship's actually like. But that's what I mean, like there's so much customization. God, we've spent over an hour diverting off. Let's get back to the actual game. Just go back to the game here. But this is really interesting and exciting about the game for the simple reason that you do actually have such a lot you can actually go and do. It really is amazing. Let's just go back and continue where we were. Just go back and load the game. So yeah, so every game, like the factions play so uniquely. It's, as I say, I wish that it was a bit more aggressive in this current game that we're playing, but we'll make that ourselves. And so we'll come back and have a look at these fairly soon. Now, the pirates killed the mercenary, the enforcer. Now, the enforcer, I don't know where that is. If we just go and click on it, does it show it? No, it doesn't show it. I don't know where that was. I don't think that was one of our ships, because we didn't actually have a ship called the Enforcer. I've got a funny feeling it may have been a Drengin ship from down in here, and that maybe we had seen it because we just got another ship, Financial District completed, got the Slasher completed, 5 foreign ships. We did actually have one of our ships destroyed by a Drengin ship. This is actually a bomber that's come through from the Zoloxi, which we spoke about before. This is actually a Drengin fleet. This will be interesting to sort of pull apart and see what it's got. It's got like a heap of ships in it. Let's just, I won't worry about any more of those. We'll just click on done. So this is actually what we're likely to be countering when we actually go up and attack them. And so they've got 12 ships in this particular fleet, which is pretty dramatically strong when we have a look at this one. So this is actually a fleet that's moving. It's got 51 attack power, which is very, very high. So this is really what we're going to have to contend with, and be able to defeat. They've got like a lot of attack, a lot of defense as well. When we have a look at the overall, combination of the shield and the armor rating, it's not terrible actually, to be honest. But that's the different ships that are in here. So they're escorting this seed ship, which is not a combat ship. So that seed ship is being pushed around space. We don't know where that's going. They've got an enforcer, which is a fighter, bombers all the way through here, and then a couple of frigates at the back end there as well. So this is interesting, because if we treat this as what the pattern will be, it means we have to get fighters ourselves to contend with these bombers, and the bombers are going to then go after our own frigates and capital ships. So could our current capital ship contend with this? And at the moment, probably not. What we have as an example, we are building up a fleet here on this particular military starbase. And so we have a group of ships in through here where we have the logistics for us is we've got 16 logistics on there at the moment. We've got a thing called the Gravity's Heart, which is this ship here. And so this particular ship is, I don't know if I can double click. Here we go. This is actually this is the ship that we're currently, this is our biggest ship. This essentially is the backbone of our whole fleet. So when I double click this, we can then sort of see the different ships that we have here at this point in time. And so this one here has got like a lot of abilities. It's got 9 combat power, so it's got very good beam attacks. It's got great shield strength, good evasion, and great armor. So this is actually, this one it wouldn't be able to defeat that fleet on its own, but it's a very, very strong ship. But all of those bombers, they target capital ships like this one. And so we've only got one of these, and so this will become the target of all of those bombers. And so the bombers will all go after this particular ship. So if we were using this fleet in battle, all the bombers that were there with all of their long-range missiles would be firing it at this particular ship. And so this ship would then have to essentially evade all of those missiles coming in, which is a lot of missiles. It probably would be able to work a little bit, but what we need to do is we need to take those bombers out very, very quickly if we can. And so what we also then have is, so this is actually our, this one is should show what it actually is. Where's this scheme in through here? Yeah, we do slow ships down when they're close to this particular ship. This is like a special ship that we have. Most crew members believe this ship, something or other. I don't know what that says. Actually, that's not working properly. Yeah, there's something not quite showing up at the bottom there. But anyway, that's a ship that we've only just brought this one in. We then actually have ships like this one, for example. This is Gravity's. This is Gravity's Heart. What was the last one? Yeah, that's Gravity's Heart. That doesn't make sense. This is the commander of that particular ship. It's got both of them. It's not right either. Oh, hang on. We're looking at the. That's the Nail. Okay, this is a special ship called the Nail, which we could build a one-off prototype of. This one's not great. It is just a small size ship. I think it's a frigate in this case. Yeah, and so this one doesn't have a commander as such, but it's a one-off ship. So we only get one of these. These have got prototype class components. Doesn't say what the components actually are. We've got Phoenix missiles in this one. Extra hit points and also deflectors. So we've got actually that's not quite showing up the way it should be showing up, to be honest. But maybe I'll just have a quick look at this one here. So shield strength is 6, evasion 7, and armor rating of 3. So it's not great with what it does do, but it does actually have extra abilities with its missile attacks. This has got a long range attack. Now this being a frigate will then go after the enemy bombers first. So it will fire its missiles at the bombers, and it does actually have, being a small ship, it does actually have an ability to actually target more effectively. So it sort of does a good job of those. If we just go back across to the next one, it's Gravity's Heart. Then the Slasher. The Slasher are tiny. These are like little fighter craft, and so these come in with these have just got kinetic attacks. These are very, very close in but rapid firing, and so we want these to rip through the bombers. So we need to focus very heavily on getting a lot of these sort of ships to take out the big ships, but we also need to have cruiser style ships to be able to spread the well, they'll pick on one essentially. They'll try to kill off one of them. So, but we need a combination of different things to take out their bombers. So we need to get rid of the bombers fairly effectively. One way we can do that is by having long-range ships and try to blow them up in space before they can close the gap. So we have to make use of our speed, of our actual our movement through space. So I'll just go back out from that one, and but this is currently where we are with this particular group. So we've got 2 of these fighter craft. We've got the big cruiser frigates in through there. We've got a number of frigates. Now these frigates are all beam attack frigates, which are sort of medium range. This one here, as I said before, is a missile attack frigate. This one here is the cruiser. Is going to be mainly missiles as well, I think. No, beam attack as well for that one. But this will mean that when we do meet them in space, we're going to be able to get one good shot in, maybe wipe out 2 or 3 of their bombers before they get close. And then this one here, you can't use the kinetic attacks in space. So these are just close in support. But we're currently just building more and more of these slashes and just building up this particular fleet over time. So that's sort of what we're trying to do at this stage. I do want to declare war against them fairly soon because they're just getting stronger and stronger as well. And so this fleet here, yeah, we're going to have to, that's typically what we're going to be coming up against. Their frigates will be taking out our fighters first. Their bombers will be trying to take out our cruiser. And that fighter will be trying to take out our fighters as well. So our fighters will have to sort of just, like, I don't mind if they get killed because they're expendable, but we don't want to be losing our cruisers. They'll be getting cruisers fairly soon as well. We're getting better energy deflection fairly soon, like better ways to get our shielding up. So Cat saying, "Oh, this game comes with custom ship designer." Yeah. So even with what we've done, like we've let's just let it go one more month. We'll just go through and just see what it's got. So there's Zoloxy, the bloody proposal. We, the Zoloxy, have a long-standing tradition of games that test the true capabilities of one's physique and mental prowess. For warm-up, your weak species would be well advised to provide some specimens for our warriors to practice on. And so in this case, we'll just say no, refuse, because they're so far away. At this stage, they can't really threaten us. Not that we would accept that anyway. Even though, like we saw there before, when we had a look at the data bank and look at the timeline and looked at military power, this is the Loxia up here, so they're miles ahead of everyone else. So we have to be careful of them. Right, next thing we have is a survey report. So we did actually find we get plus 100 influence to all our worlds. This is actually important for us. We have a situation where we've got the influence, we're under assault by the influence of the corporate sector. This is the corporate sector homeworld, and we did actually go and set up very close to them on these two worlds in here. And we're trying to get to a position where we can push back the influence and just protect these worlds a little bit. It'll take a little while to get the culture flip to happen. And on these worlds, we're trying to build up at the moment approval districts and also cultural districts. And what these culture districts will then do is push back the culture around the planet to sort of give them so that they don't culture flip as such. So that's important on these worlds because they're sort of under threat from this. So we've already got like a few established in here trying to sort of build the actual the influence. So we're building 13.2 at this stage. We may need to build a special cultural building. Just want to do... That's food and growth. We don't need that. Governor's Manor. Prompt display. So this one gives income. That's not really important here, to be honest. And supply depot. This one helps with the approval a lot. And then adds the manufacturing. It's going to push that one out a little bit. I might throw that in there, actually. I've got a few other little things like planetary mainframe and stuff. We might just... I'm trying to keep on top of the influence at this stage, so we'll leave that one back through there. So Tuna is saying, I find it stupid when the AI utters threats to players that they can't back up. Well, they sort of can. They're not like... Why they can do it is... and I agree with you, I don't think the game thinks it through, but that's them right here. So they're out here, and they can pick up. They're in contact with all the pirates. Now, is that a pirate group? Yeah. So this group here, this is the Nike fleet. This is actually a group of pirates that are floating around in space, essentially trying to find targets to kill off. In fact, what's this group? This is a different sort of fleet, and that's just some other ships as well, but. The pirates essentially can be taken over by the Zoloxy, and so they can go and buy those ships, and then sort of cause issues for us if they wanted to. So yeah, don't ever feel that particularly with the Zoloxy that you're safe, because they know they can buy these ships whenever they feel like it. They just don't have any money at the moment. We know that because they've tried to trade with us a few times. Anyway, let's continue on. Corporate sector. I do want to keep things going with them. Now we get open borders and we give them a heap of credits. Now, in this case, I might just reduce the credits. What will they take? Yeah, they will actually take what they had originally offered. there's nothing much else we can do with them. I do want to keep like these. It's very important we keep these on the good side with these. So we've got good trade with them. You know, they're being very, very friendly. So we'll accept this. We'll pay them their credits and be done with it. Done. All right. So that's just going to keep the goodwill happening with them. We're not super tight with them yet. So let's just let the game run forward a little bit. Now that was a probe from the other side. We're sharing what we see in space, so we've now lost sight of that particular group. There's another Drengin group by the looks. So we're finding that our trading relationship is building a sense of trust between our people, which is great. We now have energy deflection, so choose new tech. Now this is another thing in the game where there's some unique text for the different factions, so some unique text for the different styles that you then go and play. And but the tech tree itself is overall it's pretty much the same all the way through. But this one gives us another +2 modules, +1 moves. It's not bad, that one. It's nice and quick. This one gives us better armor, and then precursor archaeology. I haven't got a real plan of what I want at this stage. The battlecruiser doctrine, when it does appear, I'll take it from over this side. Sorry, I'll just see if I missed any other comments. By the way, if you do want to grab my attention, just write "as tactic" in the game. And also, I should have mentioned, I have stickied the link where you can grab the game if you do want to grab it from Steam. It's just in the it's the top comment. All right, so Garrick's then saying expects same mod authors from Galaxy 3 will be the most popular in Galaxy 4 as well. Yeah, I think so. And look, I think a lot of what people have built in Galaxy 3, you can, I think, almost bring it in and then just do quick edits on it. I think so. I would imagine that would be the case. I certainly look. There's been so many changes in the game. I just hope that they really finesse a way to highlight those incredible mods that people put together that make it really, really immersive. Where were we? Super Muki kept saying, if I were you, I'd just make my teammates like mad and get tons of population and swarm the enemies. Yeah, it's sort of one of these things where we've been slowly trying to build up our own abilities to fight. So we've had to we're still in the process of trying to catch up. The thing that the Drengin actually have is their production is double ours on their homeworld, which is dramatically high, which means they can pump out ships like nothing. Like it's really, really, we have to find a way of killing them off without actually losing anything ourselves. So if we go to the Tech Navigator and just have a look where we are, we'll try to find something that we want. Now, one thing we do want in the warfare area is to come back down. It's a bit hard to see. This is another thing. I keep on meaning to put this into my list of things as feedback, is to show more readily what's already been researched and what's next. It doesn't do a good job of doing this. And the next one we want is Battlecruiser Doctrine, so we can get the battle cruisers. But I want to wait till I can get it for 50% off. So I'm sort of waiting for the summer specials or the spring specials, whatever it might be, the spring sales. So I do want that one. I do want this one, Armor Defense Theory, because this one then sort of starts to open up where we go. I can't zoom out with this one, but it's this is the full progression we actually have. This group in through here, and from this point forward, in fact, from this one here and then down through here, is the defense of your ships. And this is going to be very, very important for us. And so to get better armor is going to be super important. And this group in through here is the weapon systems. And these are then divided into the 3 different types of weapons you have. So you've got like your beam weapons, your kinetic weapons, and then your missile systems. And these actually do different types of things in space, but also in actual combat. And so we've only just been scratching the surface in through here. And I do want this one as well. Directed energy weapons is something that I would like to be trying to get. So this one is available to us right now. That's in warfare. If we go back to engineering, we've got most of the early stuff. We don't have this one, the orbital manufacturing, which does give us the starport, actually. That's increases shipyard manufactured by using the transportation. This would be good. This would be good. It does sort of aid our military production. It sort of boosts that a lot, which would be great. Actually, that would be really, really good for us. Okay, when we see this one, we're going to go for that one next. The others have sort of got different things in through here. Now we've got the interstellar cartography, which we can grab now to get extra moves. This is also good for us right now, so I think I will get this one. That will be the one that we'll go for. If we have a look at colonization, the other thing I do want to start to do is to get things where we can sort of terraform our worlds a little bit. This is more research. I don't need this one just yet. We already have this because we're an aquatic world, which sort of gives us a bit of a boost. But we like this terraforming. This is the sort of stuff that I would like to be getting here, but we don't need to. We've still got a long way to go to get that. And then back to governance. We've just got ourselves the interstellar cabinet, which then has unlocked the various big ships that we've got. So we've just picked up our big cruiser, came from that one there. But there's nothing much else in here that I really need a lot of. The emissaries, maybe. It's not critical for us though. I think the critical things are going back and getting the those different warfares, like this one here, getting the battle cruisers. Armor defense theory would be good. Anyway, let's just go. I'll just click on back. But we'll go this way and get the extra moves. So we'll just click on done. I'm trying to think of what I need to have before I can really afford to go to war. And there's another group of Drengin ships. Okay, we've got slashes completed. Supply ships completed. I'll explain what supply ships are in just a minute. We've got 4. Yeah, we don't have too many foreign ships in. That's okay. Survey started back in through there. That's okay as well. Just click on done. And so these are all frigates in this case. And so these would be an easy one for us to attack. Yeah, it doesn't have great shield and armor on these particular ships. They do have a bit of evasion, but they certainly will punch above their weight. But it's not going to. That sort of wouldn't worry us too much. And I think what we're going to have to do is come down. We're going to need to just get more and more of ultimately the ships that can then blow things up at distance, and then start to take out their starports. Here's another. I'm building these fighters turn after turn at this stage. So another slasher coming. It's sort of basically the last one that we have. Then what we might do is go and get some of the like the beaks of little bomber ships. And so if we have a look at these ones do missile attacks. They've got a fairly good missile attack. And so I'll probably end up with a bunch of these as well. You can see there the military advisor wants these. The science advisor wants the probes. This one wants more freighters. If we do this one, the freighters are then going to go through. Actually, maybe we could do one of those. Let's grab a freighter, because I've got to be careful where I send the trade lanes through. I'll show you what this is in a minute. There's a lot in this game. So much in this game. If we go back to the beaks, grab say maybe 3 or 4 beaks. These are missile ships, which I'm going to be using these similar to what the Drengin will be using their ships for, which will be to blow things up at long range, if we can do it. So we'll end up once the war gets started, that will sort of be going there. Where are we up to? Supermiki saying actually we did that one, and then Turner is saying which start you prefer in Distant Worlds 2 pre-warp. I recall there being something you'd miss if you don't take that one, unless I'm mistaken. You sort of get the benefits, but a lot of the benefits you get for different factions. If you skip over like 1 or 2 techs, you tend to get what they were going to give you anyway. But no, they have fixed that problem in Distant Worlds 2. The one where you would miss out on things, and the example of that one is the Boscara ends up with a long-range scanners, which they really can't get without having at their start. Like their start does give them that ability. They won't be able to. They're very rare for the Boscara to be able to get the tech themselves to be able to research that. They can steal it and do things like that, but that's the one thing. But they have fixed that, so I think that they always still get that now, if that helps. All right, so we've got those in through there. Yeah, so we'll just keep on building these ships. So now the things like, for example, as we just go back through these, this one here is now this is the Hadfara Shipyard 1. This is actually, I should start to rename these, because this particular ship, this particular area is actually this is actually our money making place. Now I might grab a hermit crab from here. This is a constructor ship, so we'll go and build one of those. These are supply ships, so it's just built itself a supply ship. And what we're using these for, this is Adfira 1, and to sort of show where this is in space, our home system is in here at Toria. This is all our home system. Then we've got these planets over here at Hambor. We've got Nike, which is sort of hidden away at the back of the map, which is sort of fairly safe in that case. And then we've got Hadafara 1, which is actually where we're going to be trying to make most of our money ultimately. Now, it's not working that way just yet. I might actually go in and change that, actually. One thing I would like to do here is to grab the Governor's Mansion, which gives a gross income of plus 5%. Now, I can grab that in. I can get a +2 there. And this here is a nothing for me. Like if I go back in and have a look at the actual, this is marshlands. Now, on marshlands, I can't build a financial district. And so I'm trying to build financial districts in around here. I can build it anywhere else. But this one here gives me a adjacency level bonus of +1 to everything else around it. Now that means I don't have to bring it there. I can bring it, you can see it's pushing, it's going to push everything else out around it. And we do get the +2 there as well. Like if we have a look and see what's happening with this one here, the bonus per level that we actually end up having, this is this essentially is a wealth improvement, which means if it's built next to other wealth improvements, it then pushes its own improvements back up. And so we do end up with a base loyalty of 20 back in through here for everything on the planet, which is good. And we also end up with the bonus per level of 5%. So by building that there, that's a big improvement, but we don't actually manufacture much here. We only have 9.5 manufacturing on the world. And so for all sorts of different reasons. So to get that one up, we need to be able to push resources into the planet to be able to supplement the manufacturing. So instead of just having 9.5 manufacturing, what we can do is we can build a supply ship and then push the supply ship out to the planet. And so in this case, we're using the planet, or we have been using the planet to build the supply ships, which is essentially 100. And we'll see here through here, this one, for example, has got constructions. You can see it's got a construction cost of 75, essentially, is what's in through there. This one here has got a construction cost of 200. So at 9.5, it's going to take a long time, 7 turns, to be able to then build what's left there of the construction cost of this particular improvement. So rather than wait for that, we build the supply ships. If I just go and click on done, this supply ship here is, I don't know if it'll show it there with what it actually does have with its abilities. I don't think it'll actually show it. Supply ship, transport manufacturing goods is what it actually does bring. So when this is produced, it actually does have, but it's not showing how much it does actually have. It should be 100, I think. So if we then send it back to the planet, so even though it's been built out here, it's now being pushed back into the planet. We now get this in 1 turn, and so essentially we've now got the 100. There should be in here where it shows. Yeah, we've now got 100 stored goods from that particular ship that just went there. Which means that next turn, it's then going to be 75 of that's going to come off, and then 25 is going to then come off this 200. So actually, in reality, we still want to keep on pushing this because we need the money. So I'm going to go back out and keep on building those supply ships. So I'll just build 2 more supply ships and then move that one. That way we're going to then get what we need to just keep on getting more and more money. So we don't have enough production on that planet to be able to then go and do things. Again, this is another one of these reasons where when you look at what's going on with the actual planet itself, the intricacy of all of the different mechanics, and once you know how they work, you don't have to know how they work to play the game, but it makes it more interesting to actually have that understanding. And I'm not going to go and micromanage every single little thing on the planets, but ultimately what we do want to have through here is we're going to be wanting to get entrepreneurs on this world. Like if we go back into this one here, maybe we should change the name while we're here actually. I shall do it from when we go back out. But in this case, like everything will be to support the what we have now. We've got a maximum population here of 6 at this point in time, and I can go and change these citizens ultimately into different types of workers. Now, entrepreneurs need to have private property rights. Is actually what's required for this one here. And if we had them on this world, it would then boost the income based on their social traits. And so if they have high social, it's you can see social skills there are 5, that's average. This one here has got 3. That one there has got 6, which is good. This scientist has got 6. The social skills are 4 there. And then this worker has got social skills of 3. So we'd be able to go through and actually figure out, okay, which ones do we need to push the income? And you can see there a worker is giving us a gross income of 0.2. That one is giving us a gross income of 0.4 for just a citizen. The workers actually do more to aid the actual manufacturing. The citizens tend to sort of work across the board and help with everything. The scientists, you can see there, they do a little bit with gross income, but it's mainly to do with their, they mainly aid science. Now, for me, science is not important on this world. The trouble we have is that I can train a scientist actually if I wanted to. So I'll just go back and I'll click on this one here. So we can train as a quantum physicist, which requires the matrix tech. Entertain a soldier. These are things I haven't got the tech for yet. Now the property rights, private property rights. We should actually aim for this because that would be good for this particular unit. If I made this one into a citizen, we'd end up with less overall research. We're only doing 2.2 research. If I hover over this, just get rid of that for a second, we can then sort of see that we're getting one technological input from the actual planet itself. The research pacing is minus 50%. The minister is giving us plus 10%. This is the minister globally. The governor is giving us plus 14%. And then we have 4 citizens are sort of aiding us a little bit with 1.8. So you're getting a little bit extra from all the other citizens. The worker doesn't contribute at all. And then the scientist is giving us another plus 1. But we're only getting, like, it's such a small amount that I don't really need a scientist on this planet. And so I'd be better off either getting another worker to make things happen or just another citizen. Let's just make it a citizen in this case. In this case, the resolve is the important figure for a citizen. And so at the moment, this particular citizen that we're looking at has got a intelligence of 5, which is pretty good. But I think we could actually do better by making that one just a citizen ultimately. So this is where you can, again, micromanage the actual citizens you have. It's just so intricate what can happen. That then changes our research. So we lose a bit of research, but everything else will go up, including our income a little bit. And so, but eventually we want to get entrepreneurs as well, because they will then really boost the what's happening on the world. I'm just going to make these into financial districts as well. And they're going to then feed back into this particular system. Whoops, hang on, that's not what I wanted. I want to get rid of that. Financial district. So we're going to be trying to get as much money out of this world as we possibly can. Hope that makes sense. I'm trying to sort of explain things, but see how it goes. Just saying it helps a lot because I don't like pre-warp as a start. It's the Great first time. Yeah, I skip. I go straight to number one actually. In Distant Worlds 2. It says that it did say 100 when you hovered over the ship. Oh, it's in the card. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think that used to be 75. I think they changed it at some point. But yeah, they're extremely handy, particularly when you're trying to build up your worlds. It's something that gives you a massive advantage to be able to build what you need to build without having to spend your money to do it. And so that's really quite important. Now, it did mention, what was it? What did it mention? It mentioned something, I think it was in the cultural progressions. Let's just see if we can find it, what it actually is. Is it fairness? It's none of those. Actually, I'll just see if I can find it. I can't remember what the name of it was. Might be private property rights. There we go. So this one unlocks the entrepreneur. Now, this is sort of against what we do because we're collectivists. So for us to get this one, sponsorship, the independence. Ugh, I would love to get it. I think we're going to need to get it, but it's the opposite of collectivism, which is what we're sort of focusing on. I may, for the sake of roleplay, have to forget about getting entrepreneurs and just deal with this a different way, I think. Hi, Pedja Japi, how you going? Hope everyone is doing well. Right, so that's, again, this is a whole other aspect of the game, which, this is the ideology aspect where you choose your ideology at the start and you get points. It makes it cheaper to get the points that you have in through here, but all of these unlocks then give you other abilities as well. And so we've got these three through here, which then shape the way that we play the game. Everything works so well in this game. It really is astounding. Actually, one thing I've forgotten to do is to see if we can actually build more stations. We've got a lot we can do here. Wow, I completely forgot about this. Now, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be going through all of the planets and just having I do want to first of all rename this planet. So what should we call this one? Oro Prime. There we go. Oro is gold, means gold. Or is the heraldic term for gold. So Oro Prime will be the actually we'll call this one maybe even get rid of the word prime, which sort of sounds the Oro financial center. Oro Bank. There we go. The Oro Bank will be the name of this particular world. So we'll start to sort of now name them. Now we can put in these different improvements. Now what we actually already have is we have got a precursor treasury. We did put in a recruiting station, which we no longer need. This is to get the early growth. And so I can actually go and click on that one and I can destroy it or replace it with, now it does cost to bring them in. So we can just leave it there and then just build in around it. So we don't have to get rid of it. But you've got the space elevator, so manufacturing improvements. So the space elevator dramatically improves the logistic cost of sending raw materials to orbit. So this one is going to cost me only 50, but 2 gerantium. I've got 5 gerantium. It's going to give me +1 minerals, +1 maintenance. Now, minerals on this world is not fantastic. Research, climate control is going to give me farming +1. Colonization center gives me even more growth. Orbital prison gets rid of our crime rate. We have a crime rate of 0, so we don't need that. Atmospheric cleanser reduces our pollution. Now our pollution is practically non-existent, I think, as well. This planet is not a manufacturing world. A sensor array, so we can sort of get better satellite sensors. A planetary beacon. This one here will generate influence. Oh, that's what I need on these other planets, by the way. So orbital market. Now this one here gives me, it cost me 1 gerantium, but it does give me wealth +1, which is what I do want. And so we'll definitely grab that. So I might just replace it because we don't need the growth on this world. So it's already full. I'll just click on done again. The logistics array, we've got the orbital academy. This one costs a lot of durantium. A place for some of the best and brightest of this planet to study, resulting in a huge boost in hit points for ships constructed by the associated shipyard. Oh, I'm going to need that at the home world. So, and that's going to chew up a lot of the durantium. We're going to have to buy more durantium. Logistics array, back in through here as well. Provides extensive training in state of control and management of vast interstellar empires. We get extra controls, which we're not really spending, to be honest, so I don't need that. So again, another mechanic, a whole other different mechanic for the game. Like, it's so much that does go on. All right, Toria. These little ones, we can put these things in. There's some improvements we can sort of put onto these, which will then help with what they produce, but it's not really worth it. This is our core worlds. These are just colonies, as you can sort of see when we hover over it. It's just Pearl and then just colony, and a colony does not have a governor, and so there's usually only like one worker there. Yep, so you can assign a governor. We can't do it with anything that's lower than a class 10, and so this can only ever be a colony, and it feeds back into Toria, and so Toria gets the benefit of that one. Now, we don't have a lot in through here. We've got a recruiting station here as well. We're probably going to need to replace these. In this case, we wanted to get the logistics array. So this one is going to cost me... yeah, we didn't want that one. What we wanted was the... Was it this one? Big boost in hit points of ships constructed. That one there for 5 durantium and 1 promethium gives me plus 50% hit points for the ships. This is a big change, actually. A massive one. And then we've got a logistics array as well. Provides extensive training in state of the control and management of vast. Yeah, that one just gives me control. Yeah, we don't need that. Orbital farm we don't need. We've still got a lot of food, so we don't need any of those. The atmospheric cleanser, in this case, we should be having a bit of pollution. We're doing very well with our planets, to be honest. Even the recruiting station, I could ditch that for something else now. Like the space elevator, I definitely want to get that. Let's throw the space elevator in. Now you can see we've only got like 2 slots in here. So that's done. Yeah, I'm not going to rush that. I'm just going to let that one sort of come. But we've now got the recruiting station. We're now down to just 2. One thing I do want to do is come back across to Hambor 2. And it's already got like a precursor accelerator. This is on the planet when we found it. You can sort of see it orbiting the planet. That was actually already there. But we do actually, on these precursor worlds like Hambor, and I think this one is even precursors. No, this one's only got 1 slot. But these worlds, this world here, the precursor worlds have got extra slots for orbitals. And so what we do want to have here is actually to get the... which one was it? Not recruiting, climate control. Where's the one that gives us the... Is it the sensor array? The sensor range +8 is a good one for us to get, but we don't need them on any of these just yet. Planetary beacon. Yeah, the influence growth here of 20% is actually very important for us here. This is another durantium cost. So planetary beacon here will give us a big boost to the to what goes on around it. Just click on done with those. And so that's going to then push back the border that we sort of see. And this is a friendly border. It's not an enemy border, but we still have to protect these planets. So that should be enough there. Now our durantium is down to 1, and we needed 5 to build the next thing. So we have to go back to the market, the bazaar. And what have we got at the moment we can buy? Oh, we can get harmony crystals now. We needed them for something, but I can't think of what it was. So it's costing us money to build these things, but it's now going to cost us money as well. Now we can sell off. We've got 1 of those ourselves. I'm not going to bother selling them. The hypersilicates. Only got 2. The thulium. We've got We've got a fair bit. We've got 12. Selling it's only 38, so I think I'll just leave it for now. Now we've got 17 of these. Selling the Promethean is actually fairly lucrative. Might sell a bit of that. Just get a bit more. This is antimatter. Again, I'm just going to keep where we are there. The Gerantium, I do want to get, even though I'm mining it, I'm going to be needing more of it. So let's go and get some, let's go and make sure that we've got 5 of those. Look, I'm going to keep on buying it. The more that, the different populations buy of materials, the more expensive it gets to buy. So this is cheap as anything to buy and sell Illyrium, because no one needs it. Again, it's random in the game. Cornish Fisher's game. So I just made my first custom race with custom citizen portraits this weekend. I love how customizable this game is. It really is astounding. It's astounding that a game, like, it did start off as being a very customizable game back from Galactic 2 and 3 days, but that was sort of almost the focus. But now the focus really is on trying to make a game as, I guess, as immersive as it possibly can be, and the customization is just a bonus because of where it's come from. Is here already war? It will be soon. I think I'm just going to have to declare war. I think because I don't think that they're going to declare war against me now. I just got to think there was something I wanted to do before we got to war. I will be able to speed up my gameplay a little bit fairly soon. But let's just go back to Toria and just sort all these things out. So we've only got one more slot in here. So the recruiting station, we're going to replace this one with the is it this one here? Nope, wasn't that one. God, what was it? I had it in my mind as to what I wanted. It was going to cost me 5 Gerantium. Yeah, that one there, the Orbital Academy. It was this one. Place for some of the best and brightest of the planet to study, resulting in the biggest boost of hit points of ships. This one here, the 50% hit points, bang, done. Replace that one. I should have looked at that one a long time ago. So we've got all these different things that we've now built. We've still got, I'll just click on done again. These little planets here, I don't think these are really worth getting much. The space elevators would be good to get. Excuse me. It does give extra minerals, but we've already got a space elevator there. The other planets probably aren't really worth investing in those just yet. I mean, we could on this world. If we have a look, it's the actual it's generating 5.8, which is pretty weak. Its manufacturing is really light on. It's got one more turn before it gets a supply ship. I don't think it's almost it's almost worth doing back over here again, because this one does do more. God, I've got a real tickle in the throat. I'm just going to get a drink. Hang on. Right, sorry about that. Yeah, it's sort of when I keep on talking, it sort of ends up just making it a bit worse. I think what I might do is if it gets tickly like that again, I might just, I thought I had some honey downstairs that I could just grab a little spoon and just have a bit of that. In fact, it's still there. I might just quickly go and grab some honey and a spoon, and that way I can just have a quick spoonful. So that way I'll be able to keep on streaming for a bit longer, or for much longer, hopefully. All right. Sorry, I'll just have a spoonful of honey. Is that what is that what the song is? Got to say this isn't commercial honey, but it's the nicest honey. It's just incredible. So a friend of mine actually has got beehives, and it's from macadamia trees. It's just really good. It's it's funny. It really does make your throat almost immediately so much better. So. Subliminal Kitty Cat saying, honey, eat warm with hot wine. Any flu. Yeah, I had the flu. I don't feel like I've got the flu anymore, but it's still got the tickly throat from the leftovers of it. So anyway, sorry about that, guys, but I've now got the honey, the magical honey down here, which is great. But yeah, it's the nicest honey I've ever eaten. And yeah, I've went around and had a look at him, sort of, the way he's got it all going. He just lives like he's got the beehives just in his backyard, and they just fly around, go to the local macadamia plantations, and soak up all the nectar and bring it back and make this incredible honey. So it's really nice. So Sydney Kitty Cat saying beehive honey is better than store honey because they put starch syrup on it. Yeah, this is purely just the honey. It's really cool. It's I absolutely love it. So it's sort of one of these things where he makes all sorts of stuff out of it. Like, it's just a hobby of his, but it's just really nice. He doesn't sell it or anything. I mean, he sort of sells it, but not commercially. So it's just he sort of sells it. It's about half the price of store-bought honey anyway. But yeah, it's really good. So I swear by it. I swear by it all the time. I'll have to let him know that I raved about his honey. I'm not going to mention what the honey is, but it's just amazingly good. Anyway, he always finds it funny, I think, that I rave about it so much, because I really love it. Anyway, let's go. So we've got the so in this case, we've got the actually, what are we doing? This is actually at Nike. Now, this is another one where if we just go and click on, I'm just going to click on done for a second. So we've got another supply ship in through here at Nike. Now, Nike is building up it's mainly sort of just, we're trying to get entertainment. It's a bit of a nothing planet, to be honest. It does have reasonable manufacturing and reasonable research as well. Now, we're not building, like, we can build the planetary mainframe in here, which I think would then aid everything we do in around here fairly nicely if we then made this into more of a research type world. So we could do that, I think. Let's just go and pop that one in there. Which means we might as well keep on getting more supply ships because it's working. So we'll just go and grab more of these where we get 100. Actually, I forgot to have a look again at what it was telling us there for the amount of manufacturing points that it actually does have. All right, well, we can finally end the turn. That was another longish turn. Now, what was the... I wanted something... I wanted to be able to do something before I declared war. And... but I can't think of what it was. I wanted to build something. But I can't think what it is. It may have just been that I wanted to get the fleet up. Let's just keep on going a little bit longer. So we just tell cartography, we'll just choose new texts. Now this is biology, fusion power plants, and Phoenix missile systems. This one here, like the military want to go this way, and I think this is a good one for us because it gives all our missile attacks another 10% extra, which is what we're now focusing on. So let's just go and click on done there. This is now the next fighter that's come along, and it's got 4 hit points. So we've got, so it's gone up. The Orbital Academy has given it a like an extra plus 50%. So we've got a little bit extra through there. Once we start to build the cruisers, they're going to be very, very survivable with those extra hit points. So that's good. Now this is Handball 1. Handball 1 is really, it's not a bit of a nothing world as well. Like it's not really manufacturing very much. It's just doing a bit of everything. Its income is very, very low. Not that we can do much with it. We've got a thulium deposit there. I might just build a thulium extractor there. The culture areas can be raised. Actually, no, they can't. We don't have the tech required for that one. Again, the governor's mansion we don't really need. None of these are going to really help us much. So I might as well just keep on getting more cultural districts. And just push the culture out from here. And just to protect this whole region of space, we have to push this one back. There we go. We've got another... Now this one here, we're still trying to get all these things. So this is the most important of these planets. So another supply... Again, I forgot to look at it. Now we're building another hermit crab here. I do want to get an influence station in here. I feel like there's something I wanted before we declared war. Because we're going to, when we declare war, it's going to get fairly hot. And we're going to need to be sort of careful what we do. I think we'll let it go one more turn. Actually, we've got planets that are still under threat. This one doesn't have any protection at all, actually. So I'm going to send down one of the fighters. Just one on its own. Actually, maybe 2. Actually, no, I'll just send one of them out at this stage. So we can just go down and just become the protection for Nike. Is that the only one that it's worried about? This group, this handball fleet, which is the space monsters. Now it's a big fleet. We could go down and destroy them before it all gets too much for us. I think what we'll do is let's go and move this. Now that we've got like a fair bit, let's just go and build ourselves up a fleet. So the fleet has got like a we've got up to 26 logistics at this stage. And this is actually one of the things with playing as a Torians. We tend to end up being technologically being able to put more ships into our fleets. That's 6. Now if we go and grab the others, it's only 12, so that's actually, that still works out okay. So that whole fleet, I like they've put these little things in just recently as well. Like, so you've got summaries of what you've actually got. So you've got the cruisers. And the thing I like about this as well, they're starting to now put in what they actually do. So the cruisers will target the frigates first in this case. So, and then the frigates will target fighters and bombers, and then the fighters will target bombers first. So it sort of goes through, it's targeted last in combat and targets bombers first. And so these are sort of like you're close in. This is why we need to have these to go up against the other group. But this whole group that we actually now have in here is extremely strong, with a total attack there of 31.5. Yeah, with our beam attack, we're getting 6.6 with missile and kinetic as well. The kinetic is not really important for us, to be honest. I'm thinking we might ditch all of the kinetics and bring all them back in. We don't need them here. Let's just bring them back onto that, and we'll just keep on building up the rest of the fleet. I'll use this fleet to just go off and destroy the other bits and pieces. So let's go down again. I will still leave, like I've now got 2 fleets in there. I've got the 2 different groups. Again, the user interface, they've just really made this so, it's just so nice. Next turn. Who's that? That's just one of their probes. That's a Zolosi ship. It's just only a probe, but they're sort of all over the place. Now, we've just finished the technological capital. That's going to make us get even more tech, which is great. We're doing very, very well here. Going to war is not actually something that's in our best interest, but I think in terms of the gameplay, it's important that we do it. Let's move that one down. I'm thinking I'll still move this one to the actual planet itself. All right, so this is Nike. We've got one more. We've got a citizen coming next turn. That will be the end of the citizens that we actually end up having. So we do actually have manufacturing here. Is not bad, you know. Like, it's actually not bad at all. Now I can bolster that up. Let's go and do that. Make this into a manufacturing district. Approval is very high here. So we can make that into a manufacturing district as well. Let's just do that. That way we're just going to keep on. This will ultimately then be able to just, I mean, this is good for research as well. By having the planetary mainframe there. It's working out quite nicely. Okay, so we've got a freighter in here now. Now, this is what I was going to talk about as well. Like, we've got the, if we go and send it, wherever we are, it's a bit hard to see the freighter networks. I don't know if there's a way to do that. It'd be cool if there was. Where do you see that, I wonder? Like your trade areas. So we've got originating at Toria. We can't see the actual. I don't think we can see the actual where that goes. And so we're trading with Iridia and Akamar, and we're getting 9 trade revenue, which is important. Foreign trade routes are. We've got the Drengin are actually trading directly with Hambor and also with Orobank. So we get a benefit from that one. Available trade license 1 of 3. Yeah, so that's like, we don't really want to be trading with them, but that's like they're the ones who started the trade. So you can see that they've got Iridia is going to all the different planets, so we can sort of go through. Yeah, they've got Akamar 1 is also now trading as well. Well, we can do the same sort of deal by like Toria. We've got Iridia and Akamar already. I will actually send it through. The trouble with it is I don't think we can show the trade routes. Just go back in and And just click on done. Trade approval even with medium tax is good. I'll just leave that one where that is. Let's not worry about that one so much. Now we do have Valis, but Valis is only a colony, so we can't really trade with that one. We have to trade with core worlds. So Akamar and Iridia are the two big worlds, which means that the other two we can trade with down through here is the core world as well, still at 3 and still at 1. I'm going to trade with it, but it's going to then move the trade route through dangerous space. I might still push this one out even further because ultimately we should still be okay. So we'll grab another teamer. We'll just move it up after we get 2 more of those. And so the trade routes, it's hard to see them, but if we go, like you actually, I wish there was a way to see it. How can we see it? I would assume that there is something that would show it up. Ships, the planets, summaries, advisors. Yeah, there's nothing much there. But yeah, I'm not seeing the trade routes there. This is a summary that we're supposed to be trying to colonize 3 more oceanic worlds, but we don't know, can't even see them. Monthly news report. If you click around, you'll find them. Like if we hover over, see how it's got trade route, but it doesn't show us the trade routes. I should jot these little things down because these are things that do need to be accessible, and they may be accessible. I'll just jot that. There was another one that I mentioned before. So visual trade routes. And what was the other one? There was something I mentioned as well before that I thought was important as feedback, but I can't think what it is now. All right, let's get into it. So essentially there's a trade route there that extends out to there. That extends, must be through here. No, that's not it. It's hard to tell. Anyway, the trade routes can be preyed upon. And I'm not sure if you see them if you click on the planet. Like that's... Is that the trade route? I don't think so. I don't know what that one... Yeah, it is. Okay, that's the Drengin trade route. So we can see where it goes. And so you can actually sort of interrupt that if you're at war with the planet. So you can sort of go and click on... We can have a look at Drengin, for example, and think, okay, who are you trading with? There's a few trade routes going off. You can see them sort of branching off in these other directions. Looks like there's a 2-way trade route between Iridia and them as well. So you can see them there, but I think there should be an easy way to see them just everywhere if you do need to be, if you're looking for them. No filter to see trade route. I can't see one. I can't think of one. I thought there might have been something. No, there's nothing in diplomacy. Nope. No, I don't know. Do not know. Okay, anyway, let's continue on. So we'll... Here comes more trade ships, which is good. So the more of these guys that are trading with us, the better. And we'll just keep on getting more of these missile ships back into here. Now what we don't want to do is we've still got 8 moves. Now we're mainly, when we look at this one now, beam attack is much, much higher than our missile attack. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How fast does this one move? 3. So if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, shoot, that's 6, 7, 8, and then we're still far enough away that they can't actually reach us. So we'll do that. Actually, probably could have done it from one further back. And then we just do a missile attack, which is that's missile. Sorry, a beam attack. Oh yeah, we could have done it there. That's fine. Killed off one of them, so it's now down. It's a little bit less. It's down to 10 of 18. And so we now just move back. We've still got 3, so we'll just move it back 3. That just keeps it out of the range there, and we'll just keep on peppering these down. So this is what we're going to be doing to the Drengin. We need to be super powerful with what we actually have. Actually, it was beam. Yeah, it was beam, and we still had missile attacks as well we could do there, I think. We had one that could do a missile attack. That Nike has now got its security. Now this one here has gone, it's still only got the 10. Let's click on done. So we're now moving close again. Now, if we're using missiles, we can do this at range 4, but if we move up really close, like I'll just show you what happens if we go in at range 2 with the beam volley. It'll then sort of tell us that the distance effect is minus 35%. The damage is going to be between 0 and 4. If we just stop that for a second, and we'll just go back to move. Actually, where is it? If I move in one more, so we're right next to it, and then we do the beam attack. We now actually have, it's only minus 20%. There we go, we've got rid of another one. They're down to 9, so we only got rid of one more damage. I think we can only target one at a time. We can still now do a missile volley as well. So you can see the missile volley goes out, actually it only goes to 3 now. They've actually nerfed that a bit. So, and we got rid of another one as well. These are really, these aren't very strong with what we've got left. We could go in and see what's going to happen with this, and sort of see what would actually happen with the attack. Now, we do actually have frigates. What do they have? We double click. It's just a group of 4 of these little creatures, which are basically fighters. So these are just these are tiny. What are they actually using for their? They've got reasonable. This is the whole group. They've got 2 asps and 2 infants. So they do kinetic attacks. So they have to close in very, very close before they can actually sort of do any damage. Their hit points, they do actually have, they've got essentially 3 hit points each. I think I'll just click on done. So these are sort of like baby monsters. We've still got this little, actually that's we don't want to tackle them. This is, you know how before I said that this was actually the fleet, the pirate fleet? That's now been taken over by the Zoloxy. I don't know where they've spawned from. Anyway, maybe we'll just finish them off. Just watch our ships in combat. So in this case, it's going to be, like they're going to have to get through a fair bit of hit points to be able to sort of then go and, this one's got 8, 8 and 8. They're probably going to target those first. This one's got 18 and this one's got 57. So it's going to be a total loss with no casualties in here. We'll just watch the battle. Now, because of their kinetic attacks, we're going to be getting, all our missiles will be fired off first. And we struck one of them. Yeah, so we're getting all of them before they could do anything. They didn't even get a shot in. Oh, yes, they did. They got in one shot. Yeah, damage dealt. They didn't actually deal any damage, though. But they only had one attack at the end there. Just there, when they got close enough. There was only one that came through and basically missed. So that was all fine. Done. Very, very one-sided. So I think we're ready to go to war. Let's bring the fleet back. And then we'll start the process, and we'll sort of start to just work our way through and just get rid of the infrastructure that they have. Not sure exactly where I want this to all end up going, but we'll figure it out. All right, Toria has now finished building on its surface. Now we had the coordination beacon, which gives us more influence. Manufacturing here is very, very good, but we needed to go even higher. Now the Khazar's mainframe does research. Research would be great here. We've got heaps of research coming in. Kimberley's refuge is for food. Food is slowly going down, but it's not critical at this stage. That one there, the Beacon of Babylon. Universal communication platform that vastly increases the influence of the civilization at a planet. Now that's the harmony crystals that I needed, the 3 harmony crystals. I've got 529 to spend. You know, that's actually that would be really good to get. I think we might go back out and grab those. Now, the fact that harmony crystals are for sale, we may be able to buy them from somebody else a bit cheaper than the Galactic market. Let's have a look at that and see if we can go and get that one. So if we go back into trade, into diplomacy, I don't know who's got them. If we trade, do you have harmony crystals? Nope. Oh, hang on, that's us. That is us. Nope, nothing there. I'll just start with our good partners first. And I won't try trading these with these guys, but one of them must have picked up a planet or a resource where they've got harmony crystals. So if we just go back into speak with, oh, we need to wait longer before we can do that one, unfortunately. I'll just buy them. I'll just buy them from the shop. Hang on, it's gone again. They're no longer available. Someone else has grabbed them. So they've gone. They've gone. Okay, that's a shame. So we can't buy them anymore. They were there. Another freighter. So there's a stealth field in the capsule. So this one here is, despite its name, it doesn't make anything visible. Okay, so what do we end up getting when they get the stealth field? Ship upgrade. It disassembles the stealth field for its valuable component. We get Illyrium and Thulium. We sell it. I think I'm going to sell it. Broken teleporter artifact. So what did we do? Take the artifact. The artifact goes in the vault, or attempt to reconstruct the artifact into its original components. So valuable elements that make up the artifact will provide us with some instant credits. Let's take this one. What does this one give us? Actually, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, hang on. Providing with means to displace unwelcome fleets into the vast unknown. Yeah, let's take the artifact. So we'll see if we can teleport others away. Now, back in through here. Well, we can't get it, unfortunately. So we are stuck with... now, everything is really, really good on this planet. We do need to keep our manufacturing up, though. We need to... this is super important, that we keep on sort of building things up. So in that case... it'd be good if there was a way to... I mean, we could produce modules... Economic stimulus, we don't need to do that one either, really, at this stage. I'm sort of thinking of... I mean, that's only a +2 there. +3 there. It does feed back into this one. You know, that wouldn't be bad to get an extra manufacturing pushing this one in. Let's throw one in there. This one here likes to have its influence growth. So that would actually boost the influence growth. Again, it's not really big for this world. We've got so much influence coming out of this world. It's not really needed. So Oasis around the Great School is great for research. And that will then boost this as well. I'll just grab those two. We're going to get these very, very quickly. In fact, I might as well deck out the whole planet the way that we're going. This one here is influence and approval. Influence growth is +1 per level. Rezar's lift. Make that one into, well, we can't actually make that into a manufacturing. So I think what we'll do is we'll just make this into a cultural district. That one as well. In this case, maybe financial. I mean, it is based on financial. Could make manufacturing there again. So you'll probably end up with making manufacturing back up this side. It's going to then bolster this one. And then we can't really do anything with manufacturing in through there. Make that one manufacturing, and we'll just make these into research. And a cultural there as well. And that one there is manufacturing. Not that we can do it there. Housing district. Let's do that. Get even more citizens there. So we'll just get a whole range of things. This is going to happen very, very quickly here. So that's all done. Good, more trade, more money. That may be one of the reasons that the game doesn't like to go to war at the moment, is because the trade networks are just so important. So let's click on done. So here's another trade ship, another freighter. So the only other place we can make it, now we went to still at 1, we'll make this one, no, that one's going to still at 3. Make this one go to still at 1. So we'll just sort of open up these trade networks even more. So the game does promote peace just simply through this aspect of it. Bring this group back across. Another supply ship. Now Oro is, got a lot to build in through here, so we'll just keep on pushing these back in. Now there was there we go, still 100 manufacturing to the target world in the description, so there it was there. So if we look at the world again, you can see there that we've got, there's no manufacturing as so much, there's maintenance, but it doesn't show up in through here. We've got the manufacturing down the bottom through here, so so they're getting the 10.3, but if we then just go back in and throw this one back at the planet, then have a look, we then have the extra, the stored goods that have just come in. Now, did we building anything else? Yeah, another supply ship and a hermit crab. We're going to have to get a fair few more of the hermit crabs and things coming back through. So Nike again. Now Nike's starting to build quite effectively, which is good. And we've sort of got what we needed in here. Let's get manufacturing up and research as well. We've got more manufacturing coming. In this case, what we'll do is we'll just keep on pushing these down this way. Actually, we should be doing that on our home world. Get the specializations up. Although we've only got one that does upgrade. The research is not that critical here. Yeah, like I won't worry about it so much. It's really just for the actual districts. Okay, how are we going here? We're building a hermit crab there. Still, the toing and froing of the influence around this is really quite pronounced. So we're still building a lot that we have to build in here. This is probably the most important of the areas. So let's just accelerate this one. These don't grow very fast. Okay, we're getting all these little extra Steam achievements, which is nice. Funny, I never used to worry much about Steam achievements, but I do quite like them now. Gives you something to aim for, I guess. Now, Teamer. Don't know why that would have stopped there, unless it's... I think we're okay. All right, this is good. Now, one more turn and we get the Phoenix missile system. I think we're going to be able to blow things out of the sky. I'll just grab everything. The corporate sector would like to mark our friendship with a gift of thank you. Thank you for that. We really needed that. Choose new tech, please. Oh, we don't really need this. It does give us the Stellar Forge, though, which gives us a 25% base military, which means more production. And Minister of Defence position as well. Maybe we do this one now. That one gives us extra moves, but let's get this. Let's get planetary mobilization done. All right, so we'll grab that one. What we'll do is we'll just grab all of the ships that we've got over through here as well, and move them all across into the fleet. So that's a very, very strong fleet. It's got a lot of protection at the moment. And we do actually have... We're still inside the protection of the starbase. But I think it is time to push the envelope a little bit here. So let's see what we can take. Now, we're going to need to get better eyes on things as well. I wouldn't mind getting rid of everything over here. I don't know if we to do that now, or maybe we just let the fights start now and see what actually happens. So this is at Toria again. Skybridge is the name of the construction yard. Get a couple of these. So get a couple of the construction ships, because we need to sort of establish things in space. This keeps on stopping as if it's... Maybe it can't do it because it's already been started. It may be that we just can't do it. We'll see what happens next turn. Handball 3, planet report. Sorry, yeah, so this one here is... We've started a normal interest of our... Sorry, what started as a normal interest of our military has evolved into... imitation and even fetishization, the group decorating themselves with cast-off equipment and military paraphernalia. This group believes that our empire will only survive if we adopt the mannerisms and traditions of the military, and now actively campaign on Handball 3 for military expansion and even the start of military engagements. Well, that's fine. We're ready for it. This movement and the violence is beginning to incite worry our less radical citizens. What are your orders? Allow the Warforged movement to take root on Handball 3. If we use force, it's not something to be proud of. Now, this one here, what do we end up getting? I don't know what this means. I can minimize it and have a look, quick look and see. Warforged, where's that? Prepare for war, even if they need to ignore government regulations to do it. The military increased based on the members' resolve. Crime increased based on members' social, so we don't want that. Yep. So plus 0.6% crime to all worlds. That's what's currently. That's where it currently is. I don't think I want it, so I think we'll suppress this one. Yeah, I think we'll have to suppress this. You need a Minister of Finance to get that one. That would be good. Actually, can we get Ministers of Finance yet? We can get Minister of Justice. Justice crime on all your colonies, which we don't really have a lot of. Yeah, we've got a little bit to go before we can get these. Minister of Defence increases ship hit points and resistance based on the resolve. Okay, that's a good one. Recruitment, who have we got? This one's not that friendly. Good resolve there. Now we're going to be getting that one fairly soon, I think. So that wouldn't be bad. And he's quite loyal. This one's very intelligent. Might buy this one in. Just as a future future minister. So this one here, we just need to get the planetary mobilization technology, which we're going to get very, very soon. 2 more months, and then we can have a Minister of Defence. Now, they're building very nicely into this whole region. Let's have a look and see what we can find up through here. We haven't had a good look through their territory for a little while. So this will be destroyed once we go to war. And this will be interesting to sort of see when we do go to war what actually happens. So the Warforged. So let's go and get rid of the Warforged favour. So this is going to, anyone who is Warforged, and again, I don't know how many of our citizens, let me have a look at that again. I'm not sure if there's any that are. Yeah, this is more where we'd be wanting to go. Just click on done. And do the, we won't use it. So we'll get rid of Warforged. It's not what we're about. Alright, so we've now got this one. We can now get the Minister of Defence. Choose new tech. There's planetary invasion, which gives us like full-on invading ships. Which I don't, like it's, again, it would be nice to have it now, but I don't really need it. This is not critical for us, but it would be nice to have. And that would be nice to have for where we currently are. But I think we're going to go this way because we're going to start off, I think we will now go in and declare war. This ship, doesn't matter if this gets blown up. Let's have a look and see what we can spot at this stage. So what have they got in through here? Just some bombers. These are thugs again. They've got a few ships in here as well, just daggers, little frigates. We've seen the daggers before. So a couple of supply ships are sitting in there as well. Even at Kona, they've got like just one ship there, just to sort of help it a little bit. Kona, as we said before, is a really important planet because of the food. Now, I'm probably going to have to come back to that at some point. Now, this one doesn't have any sort of protection. Not that it really matters that much. But getting Kona... God, if we did an invasion of Kona, it would absolutely destroy them. So the trouble with the Drengin is that when we have a look at it, they've got... you can see it's got like 1 food on their core world. Like we've got 11, overall. Grathus generates 1 food. That basically, where's it got it? It's got, farming input is just 1 on this particular world, and yet Kona has got 18. This supplies their whole empire. So this is the key. As long as if they don't get other planets, they've got another planet way over here. But this is also only a colony. So the Drengin don't really control a hell of a lot. And food is, even with just the 1 food planet, it's a big, big issue for them. It comes back to this: do we want to keep going with xenobiology, or do we go with the invasions, and do we then take Kona itself? Or do we just suppress it? You can see there it's sort of feeding in. Is that an actual... No, it's only a colony. It's interesting it's got... it's actually trading with this. Look at all the trade routes. It's just incredible for what they've got as a trade capital. I didn't realise you could trade with little colonies. Maybe that's something I should be looking at. Now, we do actually have the hermit crab. And so what we want to do is we want to come through and actually gobble up and build protection areas for ourselves. Let's just get these ready. There's nothing much else there. It's got very minimal attack values. This is the sort of raiding that I want to do initially. Is just get rid of their infrastructure. Now that's not going to really worry them too much. They've got a few of these. Getting rid of these worlds isn't going to really worry us too much as well. It's Kona that really is the key. So it still comes back. Do we switch from xenobiology to planetary invasion? And I think we will. Yeah, let's do that. It sort of like I wanted to have cruisers before I did that. We may still have to play defensively for a little while, but getting rid of their food supply could be a massive, massive payback against the Drengin. Well, I guess we go in. So let's go and declare war. It is time. So yeah, I'm surprised that the Drengin haven't declared war before now, because they are warrior-like. Actually, they're becoming more positive. Why is that? I know, there's still lots of negatives. All right, time has come to destroy you. Now this could end up. This is now going to be an area of the game that I'm not familiar with. What this is going to end up doing? God, they've got tiny little hands. Yeah, you heard me. I think I like that they've got this way. Like this is the are you sure type screen. Then it's war. Farewell. Fleets that you had in territory belonging to the Drengin have been relocated to be outside their borders, which is great. This is actually now a new thing that's come into the game with this latest 2.3 version. So they're hiding their little hands away. Balance of power. This is actually where we can sort of see what's going on. So we get a bit of a feel for the military power. They're slightly behind us. In terms of faction power, we're a little bit ahead of them. Technological score, they're practically stagnant. The manufacturing score, even though they've got a super world, overall we've got better. Economy, we're better. Overall research rate is better for us. So that's that's the technology itself. The Ascension score, nothing. Sector ownership score, we're ahead of them. Population score, we're slightly ahead of them as well. Galactic challenges, nothing there. All right, so that's now the first of the wars. I don't know if they've got relationships with other groups that will then declare war with them. So if we have a bit of a look at that one through there, we can sort of see that with them we've now got the war declared. We're not really doing anything with any of these. They're just all together in their own little sector. So this then pushes these back out into the war area. But if we go and have a look at it from that aspect, so there's no, that's the only war going on. It's sort of, there's something not right with the game at the moment, just with the balance of that. Anyway, that's fine. In we go. Now in this case, we're just going to go and do a beam attack. And that did a little bit of damage. And a missile attack. And a bit more, it's down to 71. So we should be able to just sort of work it like this. And we're just going to move this one back out of the way a little bit. And we'll just keep on bouncing in and doing what we need to do here. And then the starbase will come in ultimately. You have insufficient unused trade licenses available. Yes, so we actually can't afford to do that one just yet. Let's just go and park on the outside here. Keep it away from their space. Now this one here, I just want to keep an eye on what we can spot. Just to get a bit of a feel. Now we're going to be destroyed here, but they've got their other fleets we should see them start to wander in to do different things against us. So we'll just try to just keep on our side of the border for a little while and just destroy what we can. We do have to find their fleets and then destroy their fleets. I'm just going to keep that one now, just in terms of it can just be a sentry. Just stay where it is. Now we're not seeing any of their fleets. We know the starbase is over here. I don't want to disappear over here and then all of a sudden a massive fleet comes flying in towards our homeworlds. I am expecting that we'll start to see, if we see a fleet over here, I want to be also able to respond to protect these planets. And at this stage, the only thing I can really do to do that is to keep this. Actually, who's got that? Yeah, that's got both of those. That's okay. That's a actually that's a Drengin. All right, that's a mass. No, we wouldn't be able to get it ourselves. If I give this up, I give it to the corporate sector because they rely so heavily on Durantium. That's interesting. We've got a few different options now. And we do want to start to see. So it's a Loxy turn at this stage. Drengins are now moving off. Here they come. So just a group of their thugs. We'll just watch the battle. We can't respond back. Now the thugs, I think, are missile ships. Yeah. So they're just firing their missiles. They missed with the first round. It got us in the second round. So not very accurate. Damage taken 3. Done. Okay, so now they're wandering off. So these sort of fleets aren't going to be able to really do much against us. Now that we've got this is one of our flagships, which is not super strong. So that's where they're heading. $28.8. Just a couple more frigates, just 2 more daggers. This one in comparison really can't do it. Now it's surveying, it's not going to be able to survive this next turn, so I think we bring this one back home now as well. How far can these move? 14. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14. It can get to there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now we can get to there, then get to safety. So let's just do that and hope that there's no other ships. Just do it so we pick it up. Now this one's got very, very good range, and so we want to start. We may even bring this one in to fight with the others, because this is just a frigate. It's a small flagship, but it's basically a frigate. So this one was the flagship that we picked up. That's just not really worth putting into combat on its own. Our normal flagship though is. Yeah, this one's still miles away, and we can actually upgrade this one. Another antimatter warhead here. So this one can protect itself reasonably well. Yeah, so that's fine where that is as well. We've just got, I'll just keep these sorts of craft. Now another constructor. I wouldn't mind getting a military starbase out here somewhere. Let's go back to the advisors again. Beware the Drengin Empire, they really hate us. Now we've got we're back to the next round again. In we go, round 2. Beam volleys. Down to 66. That one's now down to 53. It expects we're going to have light casualties because we've got so many small craft going in. I'll leave it back a little bit longer. Idle shipyard. This is Toria again. Well, I think what we'll do is we'll go back and get more of the beamers. Now, maybe we actually redesign these. They're still okay for what we need. These are just, you know, they actually are using the beam attacks. I mean, we could just go full on missile, but I think we'll just keep the beamers coming as beamers because they are there to blast apart the bombers before they can do too much damage. What else should we do? Maybe just get another bunch of these. This is at Nike. Let's get more supply ships from there at this stage. And yeah, we're just going to be sort of building everything up, so we'll just send that supply ship back to Nike again. Leave that one where that is. Still got a lot of movement here. It's once we move outside our territory, we get like a big boost to our movement. Don't know if we can see it here. Ship's got a 50% more. Hang on, where does it say? 50% more move bonus if they start their turn in friendly territory. So that's why these ships have got 12. But then they lose a lot once they move out. Ours has got 12. Sorry, they had 14. We had 12 here. But we're not in friendly territory. If we move that into friendly territory, we then get a massive boost. That's why I'm sort of sticking on the side here, just so I can respond quickly. It's actually quite nice the way that one sort of plays out. It means that you know your own space. You can move quickly through your own space, but then you do slow down. Like, you know, you can get the boost initially, but then once you are outside there, you do then lose that momentum. So we'll just stay where we are. Yeah, the asteroid miner was destroyed. You have enough cultural points to add a new trait to your civilization. Now, there was a few that we wanted to get here. Leader is available to be assigned. That's right. We do actually have this one. We picked this one up. So we go back into our ministers. We now have a minister of defense. Increases ship hit points and resistance based on the resolve. So we've got resolve of 10. So in you go. So you are the minister of defense. This is good stuff. Again, another mechanic which is so good in the game. It really is astounding what they've done with this. Now, that's not showing up. Do we sneak back? Oh, hang on. Maybe we don't. Not yet. Maybe it's not the end of the turn. It's not the end of the turn. There's still things that have to happen. Like this ship has still got 5 to go. Let's just leave it where it is as well. There we go. Now they're all going through. Now we have 7 foreign ships in our territory. It's a Zoloxy probe. Another probe of theirs. Yeah, they're friendly, sort of. There's more Zoloxy ships. And a space creature. And what's that one? Oh, that's the Enforcer. Yeah, that's okay as well. Nothing we have to worry about. We're back to that one. That's fine. So we've got enough culture points to add a new trait, which we will do. And then we'll start the process. I like how it sort of leaves where the battles are. Click to replay the battle there. This is new, where you can sort of then go and click on it and look at the battles, which is nice. Again, nice. We might as well get this one done now. Now we wanted to get mass mobilization, unlocks mass mobilization executive order, so we end up getting plus 25 maximum manufacturing while at war. That's what I was waiting for, actually. I was waiting for this one. So this is fine. Let's just go and grab this one. I've got other ones that I would like to be getting as well. But this one here will be good. Just go yes. Done. Okay, so sorry, I'm missing a few of the comments there. So Guardian Anabite saying Galactic 2 is kind of basic at this point, still fun. Yeah, it's sort of this is for me has just completely knocked the others out of the they've blown them out of the water really, the other versions of the game. And he's saying, hey Daz, it's 1 AM here, so I can't watch the stream for too long, but have a good game. Thanks for that. Anyway, at least we're at war now. So hopefully we get some big battles, although I'll be wanting to basically be careful how I go into the actual combat, because I want to be going through very thoroughly and methodically without sort of losing ships if I can do it. Because they do actually have the advantage of being able to build quickly at Drengin. But I do want to get the food planet. That's our goal at this stage, is to knock them out of there and then be able to defend that as well. That's going to be hard unless I build more and more of the... one thing I can do, let's click on done. I mean, what else can we do in here that we haven't had a look at for a while? Invite leaders, searching for the most talented, and provide 3 new leaders for recruitment. That's something we could do at some stage. I've got heaps of control, so I can sort of spend the control however I like. Colonists we don't need. Civilian ships. No, we don't want to do that one. Mass mobilization. Spawns of free transport. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, so we can actually get a free transport straight away. We can build them very quickly anyway, but why not? We can just grab a soldier, that'll give us a soldier unit as well. Pressure scientists, so immediate 50% research, which we don't really need. Telescope takeover, that's going to be useful again. Print money. Yeah, we don't need that. Emergency speed we don't need. And rush starboat modules, we don't need that either. Our money is going down because of the maintenance. But maybe we do this. What do you guys reckon? Should I, actually, one thing I haven't tried yet is, what are the options? The options are for us to patrol the border, basically, to keep on doing what we're doing, which is to just slowly push back against the border, or option 2 would be to go up against Kona and try to take Kona from them. Now, they're going to culture flip it pretty quickly, but we may be able to push back the borders even more by actually using influence and then trying to sort of get some sort of prominence in here. So, look, I guess the options for us in terms of the... well, see if I can do it. There's a thing you've got here, which is start a poll, which I thought that... I didn't think that was... You could do that. Oh, here we go. So let's go with plan of attack. So I'll get you guys to vote. Actually, I didn't realize I could do this. Hang on. It's only a yes, no. Oh, you know, I can put other options in. Okay, plan of attack. Okay, build up is it's going to be build up along border, and I'll explain what these are in just a second. And then the second one will be to target Kona or invade Kona. So there's going to be two options that will come up. Now I don't know how long these polls stay up for. I'll just start it and see what it says. Is it working? Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay, there's a poll. It looks like it doesn't go away until I end the poll. So so we've got the different, so you guys can just sort of fill it in there and just sort of build up, like just let me know what you want me to go for. And so just to go through it, the build up along the border means that we're going to be trying to establish a military starbase in here somewhere. We'll still try to get the ability to push the influence out through here, and that will be through influence starbases. It's more of a long-term plan. By going along the border, we are going to be able to then try to just go in and raid where we can. So we're going to be sort of using this fleet pretty much just to get rid of what we're doing through here, getting rid of these star bases. So any star base that's within range, there'll be another one in here somewhere. So we'll just keep on sort of pushing this along. So it'll be a slow progression, so we can then take out the home world at some point. If we do this option 2, invade Kona, it means that we do take that option to grab the invading the transport. We probably grab a second one as well. We build them back at Toria, and we then also try to use one of these ships to then establish immediately the ability to then start to push the borders back out this other side. And because what I really want to do is build a military star base in here somewhere. Like, that would be absolutely ideal. If we take Kona, I don't know if we're going to have, I don't think we'll get anything around it because it's not going to be strong enough. So we probably won't be able to build a star base in there. But if we, I think I'll still go that way to try to push it in. But we'll take Kona no matter what, which will then starve out Drengin. Drengin will then sort of end up being in a very, very bad situation. So we can sort of do that by starving Drengin itself. So that's the plans. Invade the whole thing. Can't you flip it if you own it all? Yes, we could flip it if we took out Drengin itself, but Drengin would be too hard. Yeah, they're trying to build their technological capital now, actually, at this point in time. They've got 17 out of 11 population. They're so overpopulated. You know, they're going to have heaps of, I mean, at one point or another, we're going to be fighting all sorts of soldiers and things all over the place. So it's going to be tricky. Anyway, I haven't seen yet what it is. So at the moment, we have, okay, it looks like invade Kona is the key. So I'll leave that there. That'll be what we end up doing. So we will go back in. We'll use this one. We'll grab the mass mobilization. We'll spawn one of these. That one give us a transport. So this is now our transport ship. So this particular ship has allows a ship to invade planets and carries 2 interceptor drones. That's interesting. I didn't realise about the interceptor drones. Yes, it's got little beam attacks. Okay, that's cool. I don't think that was in the game either. I don't remember that being there. Beam attack. Yeah, interceptor fighters. Actually, maybe it was. Maybe it was. Anyway, these are the. This is the advanced transports that we've got. We can build these ourselves, but it's one of these things where I don't really need to. Might just go back into here though. We've got a lot more of these beaks coming. I think we're going to need another transport. Where are the trains? Oh, there they go. They'll be down the bottom. No, they're not down the bottom there. Seed ships. All right, so let's build ourselves a transport ship. The seed ships just help. but they're not really invasion ships. Frigates. I thought we could get them with what we had. Hang on. That's not really it. I'll just go back out. Oh, hang on. No, we've still got one more month remaining. Doesn't make sense. Oh, yeah, no, it does. I think. Yeah, okay, we have to wait. Done. All right, so we'll build up, but I'll bring this one down anyway, towards the front. So let's not take this. What we'll do is we'll finish this off now. It's down to 52. It was there before, I think. It's down to 36. Now it's still saying that we're going to take light casualties. If I go in and just take the big ships in, like this one here, for that was on its own. Yeah, I think I'll have to still stay back a little bit with this. Now, we're not seeing any of the other ships anywhere. Let's keep on sort of just patrolling the border here. There's the other starbase that we saw there. We're not seeing any other fleets. Let's just move up into our territory, which will ultimately then just give us a little bit of extra movement. In fact, if I move this one into this ship, this one's got the better sensor range. Like, we can see a lot further with this particular ship than the other ships. So I might just add them all together as one big fleet. Now, we're outside our territory. We now only move at 10 rather than 15. I'm just going to leave this one back. Although, we're not going to get much more here than... Yeah, actually, I'll finish this one off in the next couple of turns. I'll just leave this one floating around here. These little bombers. Just keep these back around the home system. And we'll go in. We'll see what actually happens. So I'll end the poll, just while we've got it there. There we go. That's gone. That's good. Actually, that's cool. So we've I'll have to do more of that. So when I come up with a decision where it's where it's an important one, I'll get you guys to decide which way we go. I didn't realise I could do that easily. I can do it easily like that in Twitch, and it's nice to be able to do that here as well. Yeah, so it's still showing the asteroid miner was destroyed. I can just right-click on it to get rid of it. I don't think we're seeing any other ships. Now, there was a big fleet of them down in here. I don't know where that fleet's gone. I'm sort of half expecting to see it back over here somewhere, or not that we've got the vision over this side at this stage. Now, I've still got 5. I'm going to push this up to the border and then build ourselves a military starbase. Alright, so here we go. This is the stuff I was looking for before, I think. Sensor power goes up by +8, influence growth by +5. It's going to take 1 module. Done. Barrier array. It's a barrier array system, so shield strength goes up by +100. We don't need that just yet. Harpoon salvo. Missile attack of +4. Starbase defense system. If anything's going to be attacked, it's going to be this one, so I will throw that one in as well. Another module. I've got a fair few modules. Advanced defences. More weapons. Again, it makes it a massive thing, but I think I'd prefer to be getting closer if I could. Let's just leave it like this for now, I think. Done. Okay, we've now got the planetary invasion. Now, it's funny because I thought we had to have that been before. Orbital mining was one that we decided we were going to go for because of what it opens up. This one is another one I wanted, but I'm going to go that way. I really want to get the battlecruiser doctrine. Ah, here we go. We're now seeing a Drengin fleet moving up. So that has only got an attack of 8. We've got an attack, we've got an overall sort of combat ability of 13, which means that they can't really take this one out easily. Now the antimatter, we've got heaps of antimatter. Let's grab that. And that's geranium. This one's 2 Illyrium, and I've got heaps of Illyrium. I just don't have that much. Let's grab that as well. So we've got a lot on this one. Done. So anything that comes within 3, 1, 2, 3, that we're going to be able to then fire. Again, very, very strong attacks at it. A missile attack of 21. Shield strength of 160. There's no way that their ships are going to be able to pull this thing down. So let's continue back over here for a little while. How fast can these? These can move at 12. Now, at this stage, we've got 10 movement here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 to fire at it, 8 to fire at it, 9, 10. What's their attack? Beam of 18. One's up to 40 again. Do I take this? Do I bother with this one? I think I need to. I think I need to get rid of it. Still got 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not good enough. 12 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They can get up to there. So I don't want to go any further than this. Let's just stay where we are. Who's on board this one? Yeah, it's one of our soldiers. It's pretty poor resolve, actually, which isn't good. Well, I think I'm going to sit back, smash this one, so we get the 15 move next turn. So we've got six moves left. Take the beam attack. Take the missile volley. It's down to 10. Now it's still light casualties if we go in, because of all the other little ships that we actually have. It does have some abilities. It's got 3 beam, 3 missile, and 3 kinetic. Now if we go in with the bombers, I think that what it's doing is it's looking at the actual, like if we go in with these bombers, for example, but not not the flagship as such, but not the fighters, and then we go in with the Gravity Heart cruiser, and also with this other cruiser as well. It's showing light casualties, but I don't think it's seeing what we're seeing here. So I'm just going to go and I might just move everything else out of the way. If I move all of the fighter craft out and then have a look, It's still saying light casualties. Just move that one out of the way as well. It may be... yeah, I prefer not to lose anything if I can help it. These are all beam. If I move them out of the way. Still showing light casualties. This one on its own should be able to take it out anyway. Yeah, we've got a lot of shield strength. I don't want to be taking damage on if I can help it. Let's just go in with all of these and we'll see what happens. We'll just grab the fleet. I can cancel it before we sort of do anything. It's saying no casualties now, so it is actually now better than what it was. Yep, so this one should be okay. These should stay back out of the way, and this one should target the big ship at the back. Let's just watch the battle. Hi ZXM, how are you going? Yeah, they're going after the frigates. There we go. So that was not a problem at all. So no damage at all came back our way. In fact, if we have a quick look at the battle log, just do a quick analysis. What did it target? That's the important thing. So it was targeting the beak. So it was targeting the bomber. Right, that's interesting. So it actually went after a bomber and not after anything bigger. But it missed in both cases because... in fact, the first one, it did actually hit, but we managed to absorb it in the shields. So the one attack that it did, the two missile attack that it did, was actually absorbed. So the bombers are susceptible to this thing, and by the time it was firing again, it was still outside the range of the other weaponry. So it was all just missile attacks all the way through. And then that was what finished it off as well. So we ended up with, and it was these beaks. Look, that beak there was the one that finished blowing it up. So it was when we look at the actual damage that was done. Our the big cruiser didn't even get a shot. It was literally all just these little bombers. So they really are the key to wiping these sorts of things out, which is awesome. But we do have to try to protect them. So we'll just click on done. All right, that was good, unscathed. Move across again. That then opens up this area of space. Now I'm going to move down as far as I can into towards their territory, and I can still build it there and still pick up what we needed to pick up. That will then just replace their region of space. It'll just push us a little bit further over. So you can still move it this way a little bit as well. So I'll keep it back here. I think I'm just going to make this into a communication satellite. If I do it... yeah, communications is heaps more important for me. In that case, I've still got 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can get to there and build one. And then we can go and get the star-based defense systems. Advanced defenses, if we needed them. Cultural Awareness Center. This one's going to give us influence growth, which will be important. Perimeter scanners, going to have sensor power. Barrier array if we need it. What have we got so far? It's just not showing us. Advanced defenses. I'll just grab the array. So that way this will be pushing back the border. So ultimately that's going to start to push back the border a bit closer, and this one may give us another military starbase a bit closer as we come in to do the invasion. This then sets up what we can do with this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We can just start to move this one across. And just get ready for whatever's going to happen over here. So we should now be able to start to operate inside their territory. Now this one's got a warning because we've got this Drengin fleet coming across. A fairly strong fleet. Hey, we'll run over here. Yep, so we'll still just pop these in here. Oh my God. That was not what I wanted to do. I thought I still had the 14. I thought I had the 14 moves and not just the 5. Oh, damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Okay, well, we should be able to now get the those new ships. Maybe next turn. Title. Yeah, oh, there we go. This is the invaders. Large but fragile ship packed with troops and vehicles. We want to get a couple of these now. Just so we can take them out. Done. All right, well, that was a big, big mistake. We've just lost this ship. Can any of these make it across? I don't think so. No, 1, 1, 0. Nah, not going to be able to do it. Massive mistake. Hopefully they won't come out because of the threat that we present here. They've gone deeper in. Okay, so now we have the titles. We now have to go and get soldiers. This is where I think the game does need to have some way of getting filtering, so you can very quickly see who's got the best soldier abilities. So if we have a look at this one here, for example, let's just go and pick this citizen. This one's got 5 resolve. If I just go to resolve, for a citizens, resolve is important for soldiers. So that's actually all we need to know is who's going to be the best soldier. 4, 3, 5. So 5's the best so far. Now that's a yeah, 4. Actually, should only really go to the citizens. 5 there again as well, and the workers are easy to replace. Come on, what have you got? Sometimes these tooltips things don't really work all that well. 6, you're the one. Board. So he's now become a soldier. Done. So now this is now where the growth is important on some of these worlds. Now they didn't take this one out, but we now have to stop the threats that are coming in. Now I don't know what that one's targeting. For it to be heading in that direction, it looks like it's going towards the Oro Bank, or could be joining up with another fleet that we can't see out through here yet. That's certainly a possibility. It's certainly got a target in mind, but we don't know what. Well, let's take it out. I got rid of 2 of them. It's down to just one ship. So we'll just attack it with everything now. And so this says no casualties. We may take a bit of damage, but we'll see what actually happens in through here. So this is just a frigate. So it's going to be going after the bombers first. We've got 4 bombers. It's a bit, the scale of the ships is a bit off, but when we pause it here, all of our bombers are just going to, it's only got 1 ship to go after. So this one is taking on one of the beaks. It is within range, and so that's what's currently happening. Now we did get hit. It says that we missed it, but I'm thinking we're probably going to be okay. If we just go back into top-down, cinematic. Yeah, we'll just follow this. Oh, there it goes. It just got blown up. So in that first phase, yeah, it didn't take a lot of damage to go through. Again, this is behind. That's what I meant to give feedback on. The battle log is about 5 phases off, isn't it? Behind. Just grab the information. All right. So anyway, that's very quickly done. Now it does not showing us the full thing here, unfortunately. So even if I end this, there's a whole other, like there was a whole thing at the back end there. So in that whole phase that happened, it sort of staggered, but staggered in a weird way. And so it was destroyed by the nail. It actually did hit one of our ships. And it did do damage against the shield. Like our first one did damage against the shield, and then managed to mitigate it through the armor. Ours actually took damage only on the shield, which means it comes back in. Like we don't have any real problem with that leading up to anything else. But that all happened in the first phase. But I don't like that it doesn't give you immediate information, like when you're actually in those different phases. So it's sort of, I hope that they do fix that one for the other things through there. So the Hellraiser Fleet 1 was victorious. That must be what our fleet is called. It is Hellraiser. I don't know why. Okay, so that fleet is now gone. That gives us a little bit more that we can now play with. Now that's going to be 3. We've got 3 left. That there is a big military starbase. We can take it out, but it's not really going to be viable to do it. So to do that, it's an economic starbase. Actually, I haven't built any of those. I should be doing that as well. And this one's not important. We just have to hope that this can keep on pushing back the borders. It's not going to happen, though, I don't think. Really got to consider what we do with these invaders. We've got another one coming. I've got this ship going off to do other things as well. I don't think I want it operating in that area of space. Is there any other anomalies? Or is that it? That's pretty much it. Okay, well. Capsule. It's too dangerous. I'll wait until it comes close and then we'll stop it. Now I'm better off leaving it in here with a couple left over. Nike. I'm not sure what else we should build here. I don't really need combat ships from in here, but maybe that's what we get. Is just get a heap of these bombers. Just start to really ramp up, getting ships that can start to blow things up at distance. almost sort of raid. Alright, the Dreadlord Harbinger. Our flagship has discovered an artifact suspected to be of Dreadlord origin. It's a weapon of terrifying power, able to instantly damage an entire enemy fleet. We must decide whether to preserve it for potential usage or dismantle it for the valuable resources. So we only get 150. I'm going to secure the product. I forgot about that. I think I've got another one of those. Yeah, we've got the... what a powerful space monster. Yeah, we could sort of pop that in amongst the Drengin areas, I guess. Tech finder scanner. It's like it's previously underscanned of bits of technology. Yeah, we don't need that one just yet. Yeah, so we can add that to kinetic damage. I could get the next cruiser, which is a kinetic cruiser, but it's just having a kinetic cruiser is sort of like a bit weird. It's sort of not something that we really want. It's not going to get into combat all that often. I mean, it will eventually, but it's not. It's going to things that have to close the gaps a lot. So we're almost at our logistics limit here. Military starbase. We can operate within its range out to there. I think we're going to have to destroy fleets, and then we're going to have to go up and do the invasion. So we'll just keep on bringing these forward. We'll get the 3 of them, and then we'll go in. The next one, Resolve 5. Sorry, that's Resolve 5 there. I think a 5 is good enough. That one's a criminal. There we go. Progressive criminal. You're on board. You're a soldier now. So anyway, that's fine. Done. And that should be enough for us to do what we have to do here. Just make doubly sure there's nothing that we need to be scared of. Yep, that's nothing. Yep, that's fine. All right, well, we can sort of zip on in. Actually, that's what that would be doing. Yeah, we're now at the 15. Beam attack of 17, missile attack of 37. That's an awful lot. Yeah, it's protecting Drengin. They're building up more and more ships here as well. Well, let's start to come in, I think. We can at least see things. That's their limits. Kind of doesn't have any protection anymore. The asteroid miner there. I think I want to keep on the outside of what this thing can do. Let's just stay here for a little while. In fact, we'll just move it back up into here. 76. I'll just stay where I am in this part of space, and if we get anything we can zip on in and destroy, I'll take it. Research, missile payload, orbital manufacturing. Ah, that's the starport. That's the starport, so that would be a good one for us. But I still need to get the big ships. Ignore the bases, says Polska. I'll just sort of, I'm trying to draw, like figure out like what I can attack. I think that what the military bases do is actually now different than what it was. Okay, so this is Oro Bank has now sort of done what it needed to do. We're still going backwards with our money. It's going to provide a lot of project provide 250 credits, but it says plus 100. Construction cost minus 250. So Amnesia saying, hey Daz, what AI difficulty are you playing? Bright. So just one up from normal. Alright, so what we'll do is I think we'll still just... God, do we want to go with... Like the Volcano gives us 2 to military. There's really nothing much else we want. Our food is becoming a little bit of an issue now, but I think we can always just go back and grab more of that when we need to. Planetary mainframe. We don't really need that on this planet. The Stellar Forge. This is a civilization achievement, a massive starship foundry for providing material for the orbiting shipyard. Can be constructed on your capital world. So we need to build this somewhere where the manufacturing is high. And Oro is not too bad. If we go through all the planets, this is 19, this is 7. That's our home, that's Toria, we can't build it there. 9, so we've got 12 and 19. So actually Nike is the best place for this. So I'm going to feed all those. So what does it do? It gives us... base effect is military output is 25%. Look, I think that we're going to have to build it here. And then we're going to have to build more manufacturing districts in around here as well, just to bolster it up. I think that works on Nike. And that way we're going to be able to just use this as a secondary ship manufacturing plant. Now that's the other thing. If that's the case, do we want to start to go and get another of the... which one was it? Got logistics in through there. There was one that was the 5 Durantium. Maybe I can't build it here. I might only be on the... Actually, the space elevator would be another good one. So we can build that one. Ah, it's Oro Bank. It's the wrong one. Damn it. It's Nike that I need. Oops, hang on. It's got a thulium moon. I can't do anything else. Look, I'll keep it. It's sort of... I won't destroy the moon for the sake of getting other things. I can send these off to sort of collect at different portions in space. It could even be that this becomes the collection point for everything. Give it sentry orders. I think we'll just stay where we are at this stage. Alright, this is at handball 1. Just keep on building up these planets. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can build it there. Nope, one more. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, so I need to be one more out. Don't know if I can build it here. Ah, they've got one there. Military starbase in there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can build it back over here. There we go. And this is going to be a communication starbase. Influence growth 10% for the colonies. And we want to get perimeter scanners. We're out of modules already. That's just going to help us to secure this part of space. More supply ships. All right, well, we're doing well on this world. We're getting a hermit crab. I do need to get modules. Again, our money's not good here. Approval is good. Just push these back a bit. There's hardly any point with that one. I'll probably just make an economic starbase in here somewhere. But that military starbase, which is just to protect that region, really. Oh, they've come after us. So, so they've now come out with looks like the fleet from Drengin itself, the Drengin. Yeah, this is the fleet from Drengin. So this is going to be interesting. Now, if we go back and have a look at what all the different ships do, so they've got like a heap of these bombers. Now, the bombers should be targeting this ship here, the big cruiser, but they shouldn't be able to do too much damage to it. So that's what they're all going to be targeting. Then we've got these frigates, which are should be then targeting the bombers that we actually have. So that's what they'll be targeting, the 4 bombers that we have in through this other side. So the scale doesn't really sort of make much sense here, but these are all small, tiny ships. So I've got 4 fighters. They're going to be also targeting the bombers. So they're going to be trying to get rid of the bombers to start with. The bombers are going to be targeting these frigates, so they'll be sort of targeting those. The flagship that we have here is also just a frigate size, so it's going to be going after the bombers. These are also going to be going after the bombers. So the frigates are, I think that our cruiser will go after the frigates as well as this, actually the nail will go after the bombers as well, I think. But let's just go in, we'll play it slowly because this is the first of the, I guess, the most interesting of the battles. Now they've got like missile attacks of 23, so they've got a lot of missile attacks coming through. So I wish we had more evasion, but we don't. So we'll see what sort of damage comes in. Now we're just going to follow mode. Let's go to top down. That way we can sort of see everything. So Tuna is saying, how proficient are the story modules in Shadow Empire? I find it hard to do something meaningful with them. I don't like them. I turn them off. Yeah, I haven't played with them for a long, long time. I don't know why they're there. So when we have a look, this is interesting. These are bombers, but they're going after other bombers. They're not supposed to do that. The bombers are supposed to go after capital ships. I'm going to jot that one down as well, because that's a bug. Bomber versus bomber. I'll see what my bombers should be going after their frigates. We'll have a look at what each class is doing. These are also going after the bombers. So that's not what the way the game is supposed to work. So the frigates are in the second line. The first line is their bombers. If we have a look at our ships, we've got our bombers are going after their bombers, which is not the way it's supposed to be. Our flagship is also going after bombers. That's okay, because they're all just frigates. Frigates are supposed to go after bombers. The fighter craft are also supposed to go after bombers, which is fine. And then the gravity heart should be going after. It should be going after these daggers. So yeah, there's something really wrong there with the way that they're doing things. It may be that they're and we may be able to see this with the next round. It may be that there was a situation where they weren't firing. If they had a target within range, they would then fire. They would not fire on any target if their actual if the target they wanted was outside of what they had, like what they were targeting. Hang on, God, I'm tongue-tied with this. I'll have a quick drink. If their desired target was outside range and there was another ship within range, I think technically they were supposed to target that other ship, which may be what's happening here. Because I thought it was actually working as designed, but apparently that was not the way the game was supposed to be played. Let's see the second round when things actually happen. So we'll just go forward a little bit. Now this is all happening in, if we sort of scroll up, I don't think can we do this one? Let's go through. This is phase 0. And so the range is 6,000. And so they're going after, what they're actually sort of trying to fire at with everything in through here. So there's a whole lot of different shots going in against the different sorts of ships. So we've got one that ends up being destroyed that we can sort of see through here. This is phase 0. And so we've now closed the gap. You can see how the gaps are closing. It's like 5,000. So we should be getting close enough now for the frigates to be the main targets. At the moment, they're just going after bombers. Now, the frigates are supposed to go after bombers, but the bombers, I thought, were supposed to just go after big ships, after the big capital ships. Let's see what happens in the next phase. Now, that's been sort of wiped out. Now we're into the next phase along. Let's see if we can see it. Now, it's still all phase 0 there at this stage. So the first phase is that we sort of destroyed a few ships. Now they're going in after the other ships. We're going to take a bit of damage with some of our little ships. So some of theirs have taken damage. Some of them have been destroyed. So that one there has just been destroyed there. But again, this is still now. This is the next. Every 5 phases they can fire missiles. And so they're all firing again, but they're now targeting, they're now down to very, very small ranges, going up against still going up against the bombers. That does not make sense. That's definitely a bug, because they now are going to be within range of the other ships. Now, we haven't seen yet the big ship get in. Maybe it's still miles away. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, the Thug is within range. So the others, you suspect, should all be fine with whatever's happening. We just lost. Is that one of ours that got killed? Ours are being destroyed slowly. Now the next dagger is out of range, but the maximum range we have of this particular cruiser is only 2,000. So it's these other little ships that have to then do the damage. The frigate is Yeah, so they've got their designated targets within range. These are now sort of zipping in around. What are they now targeting? Now they're going after daggers. Good. But is there anything left? Yeah, there is. But they're still going after bombers. Oh, there's something wrong. There's something definitely wrong here. Because they should not be going after bombers. But these are doing the right thing. They're going after the frigates, not the other bombers. Oh, I don't know. Yep, so we're wiping these out. So far we've taken a bit of damage with 2 of our bombers. There we go, we've just lost 1 bomber. So the daggers are now starting to take damage. How are you going? Okay, the dagger is now within range of the cruiser. So the cruiser is now going to be starting to fire. We should start to see it in amongst these things as well. Yeah, okay, we've just lost another dagger. And another dagger. There we go. We lost 2 ships with all of the fighting that did go on. But that was not the way it's supposed to be targeted. So something weird has happened there. Now there's a small bomber just on its own. Very strange. Very strange. Now that was outside of the range of this. I'd love to see what they do when it's in range. Now, they've still got the same fleet through there. They've got a bit of a build-up in through here, but not much. And still nothing at Kona. Now this one opens us up, so we've got 4 slots in here. How big are these? These are 4. 4 logistics. So we'd need to get rid of a little bit of the logistics of this to be able to then take the invasion in. These are only worth 2. Let's take out 2 of these and go after that bomber group. Actually, is this one? Yeah, no, they're still all okay. Just see what this bomber does. Now, by adding this one to it, we end up with an invasion capability of... what is it? Where is it? Is it that one? No, it's ships. I'm not seeing the invasion figures for this one. Or is that it there? 111. Yeah, conquest rating of 100. Yeah, with the siege bonusing and soldiers, etc. So... yeah, conquest rating of 111. Now, this one here will not have anything that can stand up to that. But they're going to have to now come out and pepper this fleet as much as they possibly can. So I'm going to leave this thing alone, and we're now just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, that's all we've got. Because we've just added the others in, let's just leave it where it is. Well, hopefully they won't be able to throw too much at this one. We're not seeing any other fleets anywhere. In fact, the fleet that attacked us is probably the fleet that came out to hunt this. I think it must have been it coming on its way back, and it sort of dare not move away from Drengin. So I think we're okay there. So are they using fighter settings, which might be a bug? It might be. I don't know, because ours did flick back. Ours seemed to sort of work out okay, but theirs never did. So let's just move this one back into here. Only got 3 there. Now, what do you want? Give us 8 modules. Hypersilicates. It's too much. I do want the modules. We want all of our xanthium. Hypersilicates, we've only got 3 of those as well, and the monsantiums. Alright, we're going to have to change the amounts. Yes, we can. They'll do 4. Yep, so 40 just to balance it out. All right, that sounds good. We'll accept that. Good, done. That gives us a heap of modules, or 4 modules, that we can then make use of. Just have to advance the next turn. Okay, they're sort of combining and moving around. Oh, that wasn't good. Oh, message from the Snaffy. I'm not sure where they'd come from. That would just be a minor faction somewhere. Choose new tech. Battle cruiser, there we go. That's what we wanted. Now, we did actually lose something. What did we lose? Another bomber. Now, this thing, I really should have thought this one through. 1, 2, 3. Actually, 1, 2, 3. That's interesting they got that far with what they could then go and do. Yeah, anyway. We'll just go on the far side of this. All right, we're going to get this on immediately. There's one citizen here, just a Drengin citizen. So they don't have the support to be able to hold us back. So we'll take this planet. Done. So not every planet we find will be empty. We've known that for some time, but today is the first day we've tried to take one from somebody else. Good. So Kona has fallen. So we've actually now got their food supply is now completely gone. So they've still got a heap of people, but their overall food situation is going to be absolutely dire. Now, none of these are core worlds. Now, this will eventually flip back as well. If we have a look at the citizens that are here, so his day is 37% happy. Climate control gives farming +1. Sensor array allows us to see more. And then we've got the defense matrix in through here as well. So just extra planetary defenses, which is not going to help them. We can just keep on grabbing these, I guess. Like that's all. We've got to be careful. Every time we go close to this starbase, it's going to then fire at us. Also, they do actually have these ships that are in here as well. Which technically should actually have a fair bit of protection. I mean, one thing we'd do would be to just literally sit on the other side and just take all of these worlds and maybe even go after their home world. So that might be the plan actually, to take the home world out. That will be then the end of the Drengin. I think we'll do that. I think we'll just make that the target. So when we have a look, we've still got the 2 invader ships. Yeah, this has got, what's its protection? It's 500. So it's not going to take long for us to sort of whittle this one down. Like, that's actually not going to be bad at all. But we're going to be copping a lot of flack from that from this big one here. We're going to have to get rid of all these ships first as well. Well, I guess it's time for you guys to do another poll. So I'll just do it. Invade Drengin now. Yes or no, basically. So it's I'm gonna, if I don't invade Drengin, I'll just start the poll. If I don't invade Drengin, I'll have to just pick around the edges and sort of take the other planets, for example, or we can just forget about the other planets and just go and just go for it and just see what we end up getting. We're going to have to then destroy all of these ships. They're going to then be pushing all sorts of other ships towards our direction. It's going to be a bit of a battle of attrition for a fair while, but we should be able to last a fair while ourselves. It means we're going to have to start to bring other ships back in. This is the flagship. Where's their other ship that went through? That's it there, isn't it? Well, let's take this one out. I've got no more movement there. We'll start to bring these down to also then participate. Gives us 7. Go. So it's overwhelmingly yes at this stage, guys. Okay. All right. In we go then. I'll leave it up there until we get to the next turn, and then we'll have a quick look. But it looks like we're going to be definitely invading. All right. So we won't bother about rolling things up. Now we do have more of their bombers. This here is going to get tricky. Again, I'm confused because the military starbases used to provide any ship that was inside their range with like extra shielding and combat abilities. But I'm not seeing it. Like when we have a look at this ship here, for example, if we just have a look at this one ship and have a look at its base attacks, it's got a missile attack of 4.9. Planetary station. This is where it does go up. It gets 50% because it's stationed at a planet, which is fine. That's what it should do. But this doesn't say anything at all about the starbase, and it used to. I might have to look that one up as well. I might just jot that one down as just as a question. Starbase. It may be that was taken out of the game because it was too easy to defend, because it really did make a massive difference. And maybe they are just like what they're supposed to be here, which is more offensive. I'll have to have a look through through what's actually been written. So okay, well we don't have any more movement here, but at least we've got Kona. That's now going to start to starve out the population. They're going to become less and less friendly, less and less happy. Some more bombers coming in. That's all okay. We've got these little beaks as well. Let's have a look and see what happens here. Oh, what happened? Attacker. Oh, freighter. Okay, they've gone in with a bomber. Well, that should be. They should be able to wipe this out. So they've finally gone after that freighter. Yeah, we shouldn't survive this. Down with the Drengin, says Cult. Yes, I think I'll quit out of this one. Actually, they didn't even get it. So it ran out of time. Basically, that's what would have happened at the end of that one. We're down to two hit points though, so that's interesting. Now, where the hell is that? Yeah, that's good. Okay, probe is destroyed. Now, where was that? That was inside this territory, but who took it out? Was that pirates? No, the Drengin fleet that we had seen there ages and ages ago is actually inside the other sector. What are they doing in there? That also doesn't make much sense. They've got no holdings in there, so why would they send a big fleet of theirs into this portion of space? Surely not just to hunt down that probe. That's a strange decision for it to do. Might query that as well, actually. Because there's no reason for it to be in there unless they're at war with somebody else. Let's have a quick look at that one. If we look at the diplomacy graph, yeah, so these are, like, Snathi is at war with us, but they're from the other sector, so we don't have to really worry about them. Oh, they're at war with everyone by the looks. Yeah, they're at war with everyone. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, so these aren't at war yet. They've got their ships in the other sector where they shouldn't be really doing anything. Yeah, it's strange at this stage. I think the balance is off at this point with the game. Like, it's interesting now because we've actually started the war ourselves. But all right, so in we go. We must have taken some damage there. Actually, no, we didn't. Now we want to be on the other side of this. Unfortunately, the closer we get, the more damaging it's going to... Oh! This is interesting. We've actually pushed back the border here. This is fairly important. In terms of what we can now do... Go and bring these up. This flagship, I'm going to keep this one floating around. What we need is we need to get another hermit crab or two. Let's get these built, get them out and about, because if we can bring that one down to that location, I mean, I don't know if we're going to be able to take Drengin out. I mean, we will be able to get it, but I don't know what it costs. It's going to cost us a fair bit, but I think we'll just go in and try it. I think I'm better off being over here. Now, we started off, we're technically inside our territory here, so we can move off. But what are they building? They're building more daggers. They get one in one more turn. Well, let's start the process here. I don't think I can bring This ship, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's its speed here? 14. 1, 2, 1. I think I have to go around there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 11, 12, 13, and then we go in. Now this is 25 of 26. I won't tackle that. Actually, what I'll do is I'll just bring this one across, bring the whole fleet over here, and we'll attack the actual planet. We're going to get light casualties here. So I'll watch the battle. Now they have benefit because of the defenses that they actually have. If I have a look at this again, its missile attack is 6.6. It's not showing us the full amounts there. Taking damage there. So we destroyed that one pretty quickly. Lost one ship, that's fine, just the other bomber. So that's all the bombers gone now. That's done. That then leaves Drengin open for attack. So let's go in. So we now we've got an invasion fleet of 110 against their defense of 490 at this stage now. So so 4 months remaining. Now they're going to need to try to fix things up. Oh wow, they've even got some Zoloses, which are, and they've got a few of the. Now these are, I think, are these actually? No, these are normal Torians that are actually that they've captured here. They tend to have an ability to be able to pick up Torian slaves, but I didn't think that they were full-blown Torians. I know they're thralls. See how they're thralls? So toiling in misery. So our 3 soldiers will be coming through. In fact, it's you've only got the one that's really any good. But these there's a lot of slaves. They've also got a yaw robot there as well. So they've only got like a handful of actual Drengin. Interesting. Done. So now we just have to wait out the inevitable attacks which will be coming in. Let's keep on now moving these up. I'm going to set up a rally point just back in here somewhere. If I go to one of the star bases and then just go to set rally point, I can then just go and pop it somewhere. So go to new rally point and then just go anywhere in space and actually just go and create it. I don't know if I can put it right on there. No, it's got to be just off it. Okay, so this is deep space. So this is actually where I'll just go, that's going to be where it's going to be basically going. So set destination. And so that's now going to, anything it builds there will now go back out to this other location, which is fine. So that's actually now the new rally point for anything built from that particular location. Now Nike 1, I can also do the same thing through here. Set that as the destination. So all of the anything being built at Nike will now go back up this way as well. Okay, we know we are no match for your military power. Would you accept tribute to end this war? So this is some of the new stuff that comes. So this hasn't been in the game before. So there's a bit more nuance. So we accept their plea for money, with money and resources being given to us and removed from them. So we get +1 harmony crystals. So they did have the harmony crystals. There we go. We get a heap of treasury and and Promethean, they lose all of that. So, or decline their offer. We can just keep on going and wipe them out. Well, again, I'll let you guys decide. I do have to stop the stream fairly soon, and I wasn't going to continue on. So I'm thinking we just wipe them out. But it's interesting to see, this is the sort of stuff that's now coming in. So I guess this is actually what this War and Peace, this is the changes that are coming in at this stage, is a bit more nuanced with these sort of battle predictions. Let's decline their offer, but then go in and just see what happens if we go and talk with them. Again, just to sort of see what ends up happening. Oh, we can't even do it. Yeah, so we can't do it this close. All right, but they can sue for peace like this. They know they can't compete now. Now the flagship. I'll just keep this one hovering around. We lost another ship. And they've got other ships now wandering off. We were attacked twice there. Yeah, with beam and then with missile. We've just lost another couple of ships. So now we've got 4 more slots. One, two, three, 4. We should be, don't tell me I just changed what was happening here. Take 2 months to conquer this world, it's saying now. Yeah, that seems to be okay. Hopefully that's still happening. I hope it's happening. I know that at one stage when you brought ships in, it then upset what they were doing. It says they're moving. Still something wrong. Still something wrong. Something not quite working here. I'm not sure what it is. They are losing things. I might just bring both fleets together again. Yeah, it says idling. Well, I have to wait for next turn now. Okay, so this is at Oro Bank. Let's get a few more supply ships. Yeah, we do have the Hermit Crab, and I wanted to get some helpers in around the planets. Yes, we get a bit more manufacturing, a bit more income as well. Might as well get that one. Starbase Factory as well. Yeah, that one boosts the manufacturing again. Just keep on doing these. Alright, well, looks like we're going to have to wait another couple more turns. This is better. I'll accept this one actually. Alright, let's wait and see what else happens here this way. We are firing back at that starbase. I think we just have to ride this out now. Yeah, still 3 months remaining, so we'll just ride this one out completely. Done. So we don't lose everything when we go in, like the actual amounts that they had there was still going. Yeah, so when we click on it now, we get to see the actual siege happening. So there is a bit of a hiccup with siege. Siege, join fleet. Just jot all these things down. All right. So that's good. Drengin fleet was attacked. So we're losing ships. One of our top researchers has fled our world for reasons we won't get into here. Our sources tell us he's hiding on your world. So +1 relations with Zoloxy for 100 months. Minus or no, we'll capture him ourselves. We get the extra research. We would be helpful. I can send you conducting a manhunt on our home world. That's pretty more like what we would do, to be honest. It doesn't sort of impact anything we'd do, but I think I'll just choose that. We're pushing back against it. Ooh, it's full on here. All right, so here we go. We've got Battlecruiser Doctrine now. So now this one gives us even more moves. Let's take that one for now. So they've got a dagger now sort of coming back through. We're going to have to sort of wipe these things out. I've got things happening all over the place here, so it's a bit of a mess, and we do need to now go after them. Let's get that one. That bomber can act. Flagship. Which the flagship can just go off anyway. So we can just go and, whoops. That should have, yeah, it's got enough to go back and kill this thing. No problem there. Then we've got another one here. So we're going to take a little bit of damage. We should lose the bomber. Again, oh no, that one should be targeting the bomber. That's correct. So now the beam weapons do their job. That's good. So the bombers are fine just to soak up damage, but they shouldn't be the target of all the different ships. Certainly the bigger ships, and certainly the other bombers shouldn't be targeting bombers. So we'll report that. Oh, what to build here now? a financial district. We're sort of running out of... Money situation is a bit of a problem. Raise the manufacturing, raise the research. Now, what else are we building? Right, we've got no build queue in here. So we need to... we can now get the large ships. So these are the scales, which essentially is our cruiser, our new cruiser, which does cost a lot of antimatter and delirium. So this is actually an interesting, like the AI does a good job of actually getting what you want. So it's sort of, I don't know if I want this though. If we go back into new design, and not that we're going to get a chance to really use it though, but if I just go back into show ship designs, and then go back to scale, we then sort of see what it's got on. Now it's actually put on a harpoon missile. It's also put on point defense, so it shoots out a countermeasure to block enemy weapons, which is actually good. So that's actually not bad. It's 5 mass though, so it's a fair bit of mass, but that's still going to be useful. So we've got a heap of these harpoon missiles, which is awesome. We've then got 2 beam attacks, which chew up another 4 mass. We've got 2 big shield generators, and a railgun as well, which chews up another 5 mass. And these are only 4 of these harpoon missiles. I prefer it to specialize. So if we go and use this ship as a starting design, so that's the one that we've actually currently got. If we just go across and use this design to start a new design. And so this is the order that these things are supposed to fire on, is frigates, cruisers, capital ships, and then bombers. So bombers is the last of these things, but we didn't see that when we were playing we were in that previous battle. So these are definitely wrong with the with what's going on. So anyway, let's go and start a new design. Just wait for everything to load up. There we go. All right, so with this one here, I don't think I need kinetics. Kinetics are like when other ships close in really close. That's when you use your railguns. Can't be used for much else though. So I think I'm going to ditch those. I'm just going to, if I click on it, it'll show up. That's the kinetic weapon there on either side. Let's just ditch it. Actually, how do I get rid of it? There we go, double click. And then the beam gun, the beam attack. It's only a 2 beam attack. It does fire faster. It fires every 3, whereas these fire every 5. But I can use these for long range. Now that gives me extra. Let's just go for another harpoon missile in there. Harpoon missiles are the only one that use antimatter. So that's now just added another harpoon missile in there. So we've got 2 more spots left. If I get rid of that one, I can get even another one. So let's just go and ditch that one and get ourselves yet another harpoon. Just place it wherever I feel like it. So it still leaves me with 2. Chaff. That does chew up 2. The weapon jammer. That's 4. Hull plating. Yeah, it's 3 mass for that one. Shield generators are 4. Deflectors are 3. We don't need those. There's nothing in the specials that we really need either. Yeah, no, we'll just go back again. So maybe the chaff, just to get a... Actually, yeah, because it should be targeted a bit. So that's now just been added. It just adds it automatically to where it thinks it sort of should go. So that's the new one. We can then go to cosmetic mode and start to sort of add other bits and pieces if we wanted to, but let's not worry about that one, because this will be the only one I'll be using. Excuse me. The harpooner. And so with that one done, we can then just go back in. So it's quite easy to sort of redesign your own ships and figure out what you want. So we can get these every 4. Oh, hang on, these chew up a heap. No, that should be still right. Oh no, it's the Durantium. They chew up Durantium as well. So we need to buy more. Let's go to the market. Let's go to the market. We can sell off Monsantium for not much. Techapods, hives. We've only got 4 of them. And Heliosaur. Only got 1 of those. We're running out of money pretty quickly. Alright, so maybe I shouldn't have gone with that particular design. I could have done other things. So the harpooners are now going to be built. And so we'll get them into the fight as well. Yep, there's nothing else really. I mean, the game should be over by then anyway, as far as the Drengin are concerned. Supply ship back into there. We've done well to push the borders back away from us here. Let's have a look and see what happens. Yep, 2 months remaining. Which essentially means 1. I might jot that one down as so we've got a ship that hasn't moved. This hermit crab. Now, so this is the Zoloxes. You know, they've got a big fleet in here. They've had a crack at that. The Drengin Empire have been destroyed. So we've actually now finished off the Drengin Empire. There we go. That's good. So that was actually a good move to move in. And we've lost a few ships, but it didn't really matter much because we've now destroyed them. Bit of an anti-climax, I guess. That's gone, and so all of their infrastructure is now gone as well. Now this becomes a pirate world. This little colony ship, sorry, this one as well, and so does this one over here. But we can just take them out. So they're sort of like they're sort of independent. All right, well, guys, I actually am going to call this to a close at that point. I'll just end the turn so that we end up with at least getting a nice, clean empire-looking thing. Another one bites the dust, is my 2 cents, yes. So I've got a list of little things there that we sort of noticed that probably shouldn't be working that way. But at this point in the game, we would then build up and then go after the other. You know, what can we build in here? We've got to get on top of our finances. Now we liberate all of those. So I'll just play one more turn past where we are. TCS Eel. And it would then just be a matter of then taking over the other little worlds. Because there's now still citizens just sitting back on those other worlds, like Drengi citizens sitting on the other production worlds around Drengi itself. We share nothing freely, but the terms we offer you today are mighty close. Okay, so what's this one? Monsantium. Ugh. Yeah, why not, I guess. Hey, it's the end of the game. Everyone's happy. Everyone's getting what they want. So this one now becomes a pirate ship. And these hunters go out and kill it. Took slight damage with that one. Just kill these out off as we go. Another little dagger there. Can't do much with that one. Yeah, so this is the Zoloxes. That's all we can do at this stage. The eel. I was going to move that one down towards these other worlds. Yeah, they can't move because they just finished off the invasion. There sort of needs to be more at the back end of this. Now, these ships have all improved what they were doing. This one as well has gone up. So they've gone up a level. So this is sort of like the end of the thing where everyone's sort of happy with what they've done. Now, what have we got left in here? Really not a lot that I want to be pushing out against this one. So we now have this one as well from Drengin. So if we have a look at Drengin, now one of the issues that we would have now this Drengin is just a colony, but it's we can assign a governor. Now people are very, very unhappy here. These are all the people that live on Drengin itself. So so they're essentially not they're not part of the empire. And if we assign them as a governor with a governor on the actual world itself, now we do actually have. This one should be feeding back into... No, Drengin's not a colony, that's right. So we are better off to make this into a colony, but then we have to manage it. And so if we just go back... Maybe we'll just have a quick look at that as well, just while we've got a bit of time. So I want someone... Ultimately, I'm looking for someone that's fairly stable. Now, we don't have the money, so we're going to have to get more money. So let's go and get that sorted first. What can we sell? Pretty much Promethean, but Illyrium we've got heaps of. Let's just sell till we get down to around about, say, 15. There we go. That gets us 600 odd. Then we can just go back in to our people. And again, I don't want anyone that's going to be have trouble with loyalty because they lose loyalty when they go and look after planets. Now, this is actually one of these little weird things. Is with the Torians, is they hate being on planets with other Drengins. So we have an issue. So endured the harsh existence under Drengin domination and lived to tell the tale. So in this case, I'll just go through the steps we would need to sort of have a look. Let's have a look. Yeah, this is interesting. So endured the harsh existence under Drengin domination and lived to tell the tale. So this is actually someone that's just come on board. I don't care much about what these things actually are. I mean, it would be good to get someone with, someone like this would be great, except that he's not loyal. But this psychic bond with an alien. So, but this is an interesting one. So let's just go and bring this one across. Unfortunately, their social skills are going to be a problem on Drengin. Oh, sorry, if I then go back to Drengin, I can either do it from here and then just go and grab this one in to do it. So I'll assign that one. So this is what Drengin is. We now actually have inherited the planet. But we've also inherited all of the problems on the planet. And so we've got like we're losing citizens every few months because of starvation and so on and so forth. So there's the growth is terrible. The pollution is terrible on this particular planet. So we'd have to now fix this planet up if we were going to continue playing. You can see the amount of... I love seeing what the AI does with planets. So it's tried to get a bit of money from in here. It's got itself a prison labour camp. So it was using... This is where the Torians would have been kept. So we've got all these different people that are relatively happy at this stage. But what we'd need to do is we'd need to fix things up a lot. This one's called Stronghold. Now, we have a number of Drengin citizens. This is Baron Dathbar. Usually their resolve are high because they're soldiers. This is Disciple Daesor. This is another Drengin. So we've got a heap of Drengin that are actually relatively happy. But if we end up with any of our citizens, like any Torians that end up living, it says down the bottom there, but their subjugation by the Drengin makes them unhappy when they share worlds with Drengin citizens. And so the Drengin citizens in here are actually relatively cool with everything. So their approval is actually not bad at this point in time. But see how these guys won't work? Essentially, they're I don't know if it'll show us through there. These were thralls, but they essentially will not. They will not share a world with the Drengin. So we have to get rid of the Drengin, and we do that really by moving them off world. And so we can do that a number of different ways. The easiest way, I think, is just to go into the shipyard and just go and grab more titles from here. And that's going to take 4 turns to get one there, or we can get spawners and just basically leave them out in space. But they are good. They're good soldiers, so in one sense, the titles would be good. If we grabbed, I don't know if we can shop things around with this. If we just move that one across, actually no, we're still a turn away. Let's just end this turn anyway. And we do actually have what we have to do in here. So they've built out the whole planet. They've got everything in here, just so much. God, they're geared for manufacturing, but it's under us. It's nowhere near as powerful as what it was. It's only a quarter of what it was under them. Well, let's raise these things. I guess we've got nothing else to really build at this point in time on the planet. Let's click on done. We can't. Well, we could have got more modules. That would have been pretty cool. And then built in Drengin itself. I will grab titles, and we can start to then move their the Drengin group off to become our soldiers, so we can then sort of use them to do their future invasions, which is a good thing for us to do. Just end our turn. Just move that one in. Blast that one away. So we then actually can use the ones that are currently active, not the ones that have got the little protest sign up. So boarding from in here, and so we just go through the Drengin basically. Well, you're the first one in line. Off you go. Can I put more in? No, I can only put one at a time in. So so that's done. So this is how we get rid of them off the planet. Now, we've got a fair few to get rid of. It's okay having the Yor, it's okay having the Zoloxy, but we've still got 4 more. But that would be what we'd have to then go and do. But these as soldiers are much, much better soldiers than what the Torians are. So, or they should be a little bit better anyway. And so we can start to now use these to then go and capture these sort of worlds. So we'll just go and click on done. In fact, that one's already now just flipped over. So that one's now done as well. I don't know if we can grab the... yeah, so we've got the title that was just there. If we move that one across... If we now grab that title that was actually placed there and move it back out, I can then grab another one. There's the soldier we just left on the ground. So there's another Drengin gone. There we are, and we've got one more. And then we move off planet yet again. There's a second soldier. That is Drengin, isn't it, that one? Yep. Done. So we've got three Drengin now off the world. So there's only a couple there left. Now we do actually have one more soldier over here as well. So bring that one into the planet. There's only one more after this. So we've now got 4 invading ships. So you can see there the combat power of these is nearly double what we had with our other fleet. I mean, it's nearly twice as big though, so it's that would make sense. Yeah, they're all okay where they are. So you can see there now this is all of our territory. And so we'd then to be ready to come out through the side and just expand even further out in this area of space. But I guess that sort of illustrates the point, but at this stage, these guys are all still protesting. In the next turn, these will all turn into protesters as well, all of our soldiers. And we've still got too many people here. Yeah, so we'd still need to be getting even more people off this particular world. Or build the world differently. Anyway, I will leave it there. I hope that sort of, like, that was cool. At least we got it to a nice conclusion with the gameplay. We've won the war. There's still a few little Drengin outposts that we can go and take out, but it's really the point here now would be that we try to maintain the friendship here, try to keep their borders from expanding too much into the Hambor region. Everything else is pretty cool with what's going on. They're still very, very happy. We just keep them happy the whole time. We send out ships to expand all the way through here, and then we can then start to come back through here and wipe out the Korath clan. But that's that would sort of be much longer range. And we're not even that far into the game, to be honest. We're basically like when we have a look at the Tech Navigator. Like, what are we about? Maybe like if we just have a look at, say, engineering. We're sort of we're not even a third of maybe a quarter of the way through the tech tree at this stage. So there's still a lot to play, and there's still much bigger ships to build, all sorts of stuff. We're only just getting the cruisers now. I'll just click on done. Did we ever get that cruiser? If it is, it should be over here somewhere. There it is there, and that's the bomber. There it is. 2 more cruisers now coming. So these are our new big ships, which form the backbones of the other things. So I think actually one thing we should do just to finish this off is to have a quick look at the faction power. So Torians, we should be, So we're out in front now by a fair way. You can see the Drengin have now sort of dropped off. Economic power, we're climbing, but we're still a long way off there. Military power. We're climbing again, but the Zoloxy, that would be interesting actually to see what would happen. I might say, I'll save what I've got here because it might be an interesting expansion to sort of play again in the future and just see what actually happens. Population-wise, we've taken all the Drengin worlds, so most of them, so we've now got most of their population as well. Influence, we've now hit the lead here as well. So that's us just in front there. Manufacturing. So we've now destroyed the Drengin, and we've now captured all their manufacturing abilities. So again, we've got the ability to build up incredible armies, or sort of naval forces. This is research. So we're still up there. So again, it looks like the Zoloxia would be an interesting group to go up against. Treasury. Again, everyone's sort of down the bottom here, but the Zolox, is that? No, that's the, it's not the corporate sector. Snaffy. Oh, it's a Snaffy, of course. They've come in. They've come in as a mid-game threat, basically. They hate everyone. So that's interesting. So yeah, that's when they came in. Don't know where they are. Prestige, yeah, that's okay as well. The Snathi are tiny at the moment, but they'll build up with all of that money that they've got. I don't know where the Snathi actually are. It's not them there anyway. That's not in there. Ah, there they are. Okay, so that's where they've come in. That's the Snathi world. So they've all of a sudden just become very, very aggressive. Anyway, I think we'll leave it here. That sort of covers everything. So I'll just read a few more of the comments and then we'll sort of go from there. What did I get up to? Yep, so my 2 cents is saying this game so reminds me of Distant Worlds. Really, I find it very different. Wick is saying, Gal Civ, last I played was 3. It's been years. Wonder what's changed. An awful lot. This is so different to 3. It's actually closer to 2 than 3. They went back and used 2 as the sort of spiritual successor or spiritual mentor, I guess, for the game. So they still use the best of 3, but they a lot of people weren't that happy with 3, and so this version is by far the best version. Like it's so much better than any other version before it. But they did go back to some of the things they did in 2 and use that sort of like for some of the starting points. So my 2 cents is saying I love to design my own ships like fighter destroyer to use cannon to get shield down and cruiser. Missile boats and everything else with damage. Yeah, that's it. Actually, I didn't show that. I should have shown that because every time you do a little bit of damage, it helps with everything else that happens after that one. And that's a very good... I didn't even think of showing that. That would have been cool to show. So Paul Kavalek saying, I noticed some slight changes in the game now. Seems like there are more ways of reducing crime on your homeworlds. Yeah, I think certainly this was a much more... I felt comfortable playing today, which is good. There we go. So another one bites the dust is my 2 cents. Yep. And Guardian saying thanks for the stream. Not a problem. Cornish is saying great stream. Have a great rest of your day. And my 2 cents are saying are the buildings that are there buildings that make people happy? Sort of. Yes. It's sort of there's citizens and buildings. So if we have a bit of a look, like we're pretty happy anyway. Like if we go into Toria, and this is our cap. In fact, if we look at Drengin. Let's look at Drengin because that's actually that's probably our least happy world. If I just hover over it, you can see I've got 23% approval. Like it's just off to the side here. If I go and actually hover over that one, it just give me a bit of a rundown. It says that the approval is 22.9 is the actual approval rate. The citizens is giving it. It says plus 230. It doesn't make sense actually. Workers and soldiers. If we have a look at this, if we go into Drengin itself in this case, and we have a look at their approval in through here and hover over it, so we can then sort of see all sorts of different things. Now, Master Ling has got 88%. So the ones that are here, this is Master Ling here. This is they're Torians. Now they're unhappy. They're really, really unhappy. But we can actually have a look and see why are they happy and why are they not happy by just going over these little happiness symbols. When we see that little sign, it means that they're protesting and are not working. So they're basically, their approval is only 6%. So they actually really, really dislike us. But there's all sorts of things that will actually impact what they like and what they don't like. And so, so you can see through here that the governor does not have a great amount of social skill. So this is an illustration of how intricate it does get. So the social skill that we have through here is only 3, which is very, very poor. But that social skill has a direct bearing on the happiness of the citizens themselves. So in this case, they're refugee ship goodies. So these I think were brought in from the Drengin actually captured these and then was using them as slave labour, but they've got a 2% natural happiness. They're collectivists, and we're collectivists, so they like being under our regime. So we've got 10% from that one. Kindness is, I'm not sure where that one is coming from. The minister, the overall minister is giving them 10%. We've got someone in charge of all the worlds, and that gives a plus 10%. The soldiers aren't adding anything. The governor's another 3%, which we've just had a look at. The supply depot is plus 12%. So we're getting approval from that particular building, and then them being Torian gives them another plus 50%. So it sort of shows a lot, but then they don't want to be on a volcanic world, they want to be on an oceanic world. They're a Drengin, so there's negative 10 for that one. We're starving because we took their food supply. That will then change. Actually, no, we've still got negative 5. We have to fix this. Excuse me. So that would have to be fixed overall. But so we'd need to fix this throughout the whole empire. But we took their food well previously. Maybe a turn or two may help, but in this case, that's certainly a problem. High expectations aren't too bad. Taxes are too high. This planet is too crowded. This is a nice planet. Plus 5. We're at a population capacity. So all of these things reduce their approval. We love our culture, plus 20, but then this world is polluted. So the pollution here is the worst problem. And our governor is loyal, is why I wanted to have a loyal governor. So there's so many different factors that then impact the happiness on the actual world itself. But then on top of that, we have little things like we could get rid of some of these manufacturing areas and start to build, like I could, for example, destroy that improvement and then build other things. If I go to some of the other worlds, here, for example, if I go to one of this sort of areas, I can then start to build things like entertainment districts, which are going to then add to the approval and reduce the crime. Actually, they add to the crime and the approval. And so these are the sorts of things that can be important to sort of go and get in. There are some buildings, like we saw there, the supply depot. Also, it's a manufacturing thing, but it does actually add to the approval of the planet as well. So having this with other strong manufacturing around it actually does lead to happiness on the world. So there's all sorts of intricacies. There'll be other buildings as well that we could actually build. Not so much in here, but there's other ones around that you can actually get to sort of try to really promote the happiness on the actual worlds around the place. But it's just there's so much depth in this game. It's just incredible, and it's just going to get more and more polished over time as well. So it's pretty astounding actually with the way it does actually work. Anyway, I am going to leave it there, guys. So I will keep it there, and I'll catch you. I'll be doing my normal chat tactics stream tomorrow, or in around about what's that, 12, 13, 14, 15 hours, 15, 16 hours, somewhere in around there. So I'll catch you then if you're around. Otherwise, I will see you at some other point. Thanks for watching.